your friend, shining bright. Truth is never my true love. We'll never know what I am. We'll never show. Light of light, please come quietly. Step into darkness, it's so you. Mine a bird when you sing your song. Don't forget where you belong. Make a wish, please don't hold back. Sing your song, mine a bird be mine, mine a bird be mine. Black and lonely bird, won't you be mine? Hello everybody, we're Track Dogs, looking forward to playing for you today. I think this is our 8th Venture Day, so you're here. We've seen every startup proposal you can imagine. We're looking forward to being surprised today. We were a startup back in 2007 when we started this company. Still going. 4 guiris en Madrid montando una empresa, eso sí es un reto. Don't be one more tree falling on the log-strewn path. Don't get lost to your inner windings. Never see the wood. I know that you've been harboring thoughts any heart would feel weighed down. Take your time deciding. Don't be rushing now. There's no need. Just don't give in to all you're driven to. Find your way back home. Don't be one less voice shouting out into the night. Don't lose faith by thinking you don't shine as bright. You make a difference every time you try. And you won't be sorry to have not let go. I promise, just don't give in to all you're driven to. Find your way back home. and to answer your own question, where to now? You come so far, just try to stay on the road you're on somehow. Thank you very much.
Bobby, would you like to play some banjo for us, maybe?
So we're two Irish, dos irlandeses, un inglés, an Englishman, and an American, un estadounidense. Who'd have thunk it was this guy here? We play folk Americana with a bit of surreño.
Swapping rock? What are we going to do?
This old heart. We're on camera, all right. Thanks for getting the lead, buddy.
Now this old heart been around, it's been up, it's been down, it's been walked on till it's half shot. That's still the only heart that I've got. You're the last one,
You're the last,
come along,
come along,
treat it right,
treat it right,
don't do it wrong.
don't do it wrong.
If you love me a lot,
It's still the only heart that I've got.
and it's no joy,
It's no joy,
and it's no fear,
it's no fear,
it's no happiness,
it's no happiness,
and it's no tears.
it's no tears.
It holds memories and love.
It's still the only heart that I've got.
You're the last one,
You're the last,
come along,
come along,
treat it right,
treat it right,
don't do it wrong.
don't do it wrong.
If you love me a lot,
It's still the only heart that I've got.
this old heart
This old heart
has been around,
been around,
it's been up,
it's been up,
it's been down,
it's been down.
it's been up, till it's half shut.
It's still the only heart that I've got. Oh, it's still the only heart that I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. I totally threw that plectrum into my guitar. Even that, we went somewhere else. Raise your hand.
Yeah, you're from one note. I can name that tune in one note.
Yeah, well, it's easy.
That's what makes it a classic.
Slipping from the day, gets away from us. It'll be a shame. you're still in bed. Oh, stars will fall, birds do fly. Don't just sit, watch it all go by. Raise your head, sleepyhead. It'll soon be dark, and you're still in bed. Oh, stars will fall, birds do fly. Don't you sit, watch it all go by. Raise your head, raise your head. I'm sleeping on the bed, getting on the road till you slide. Raise your head, sleepyhead. It'll soon be dark, and you're still in bed. Raise your head, sleepyhead. It'll soon be dark, and you're still in bed. It'll soon be dark, so get out of bed. Raise your head, sleepyhead. It'll soon be dark, so get out of bed. Thank you very much. Gracias. A little bit of country and western.
Both types of music.
Walking down south to the land of the pine, thumbing my way into North Carolina. Staring up the road, pray to God I see headlights. Then I made it down the coast, 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and I'm hoping for a rally to see my baby tonight.
Rock me, mama, like a hurricane. Rock me, mama, like a hurricane. Hey, rock me, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and rain. Rock me, mama, like a hurricane. Hey, mama, rock me.
Running from the cold up in New England, I was born to be a fiddler in an old time string band. Baby plays the guitar, I pick the banjo now. Oh no, country wind keep getting me low. Lost my money playing poker, so I had to up and leave, but I ain't a turning back, living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel.
Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me.
I'll get there.
Walking out south, out of Roanoke, I caught a trucker out of Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Good evening to everyone. Welcome to IE Venture Day Madrid 2022. Welcome to the amazing IE Tower. Thank you for being here with us to celebrate one of IE's key pillars, entrepreneurship. All of us here have great ideas that could turn into successful companies. However, just a few brave ones have the courage to transform those ideas into reality. Today, here, we have the best of those courageous women and men who are going to present to you their startups. My name is Laura, and I'm an undergraduate here at IE University, like my co-hosts, Pau and Sergey. The three of us will guide you through this evening. So first of all, let's give a warm welcome to Juan José Güemes, which is the chairman of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center here at IE University.
So a few years ago, we had the visit of one of the founders of Airbnb, Nathan Blecharczyk. Nathan was generous enough to spend a lot of time with us. We had a fireside chat with Diego del Alcázar Benjumea, our CEO in Area 31. We had the chance to explore the innovation ecosystem in Madrid late at night. We even went for horse riding, and we all had an amazing weekend. So in one of our conversations, I asked him, so Nathan, let me know, what was the feedback of investors the first times you pitched Airbnb? And he confessed me that they all were unanimously in the same feedback, that it was the worst idea they have ever heard. Airbnb, imagine. So when he told me that story, I immediately thought about a very good friend of mine, Neda. Neda, please stand up. Neda has the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life, doesn't he? Okay. Okay. In 12 years of Venture Lab, and as the chairman of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, I've never seen one single occasion in which members of staff, mentors, and professors and faculty were all in the same page, and they agreed on something, a consensus. And it was that Neda's venture was probably the worst we have ever evaluated at IE. But don't laugh because of course, we were as wrong as these VCs that had a chance of investing in Airbnb very early stage and didn't. We completely misjudged Neda, and he didn't pay attention to our advice, and he later became a very successful entrepreneur in Middle East. So Neda, this edition of Venture Day is a very one important for us. This is the 25th edition of Venture Day, a very important edition for Paris, for me, and for all the mentors and the members of the jury who have been involved over the years in the Venture Day. And we wanted to celebrate this edition inviting Neda, celebrating our friendship, celebrating his success, and also recognizing our limitations in evaluating the project. But Neda makes gives us a really valuable takeaway for all of you, and is that don't stop pursuing your dreams, no matter what others say about them. This is what he did, despite our advice, and Neda, don't do that, Neda, don't. He came back to Kuwait. He created brilliant labs, startup accelerator, such as Venture Lab, and he succeeded. He moved to other countries, to Bahrain and to Doha, and many others, and he really became a rock star of entrepreneurship and even a TV star, right, Neda? He will tell you later in his conversation with Paris de Letras. I also want this 25th edition of Venture Day, which is, as you know, a great celebration of all the accomplishments of the teams who made the last intake of the 25th edition of Venture Lab, to pay tribute to the faculty, to the mentors, to the members of the jury, and especially to someone who has been fundamental for accelerating more than 1,500 teams. And in these years, we have seen how a university has consistently ranked among the top universities in the world in entrepreneurship. Paris de Letras. Please, Paris, say hi. A big hand for Paris, please. Paris, thank you very much for your commitment. There is more. Anik joined the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation just a few years ago, but she has already left an indelible mark, and not only for challenging her boss and organizing Venture Day the day the Spanish team is playing the World Cup, right? Holanda, yes. She has made sure, and this is her fundamental achievement, she has made sure that the true owners of IE's entrepreneurship spirit have taken over. Anik's position can be described in many ways, but for me, the most important of her many roles at IE is to be the commander-in-chief of the fellows of the center. Without the work of the fellows, it would be absolutely impossible to explain the extraordinary dynamism of entrepreneurship at IE. So please, the fellows, show up, stand up. The fellows, where are all the fellows? All the fellows? A big hand for the fellows, please. Today, we miss 3 of the fellows. We miss them because they are in, is this, Anik? Green? Oh, you were looking at. Are you sure? Hey, here you have the fellows. But we are missing 3 of them. And the reason why is because they are in Silicon Valley on behalf of IE Entrepreneurship. Yesterday they had a Venture Day, a very special one, on Tech for Democracy in collaboration with the University of Stanford. They have done an amazing job. They organized a first Venture Day on Tech for Democracy here in Madrid with the participation of the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the second one in Bogota just a few weeks ago with the participation of the founder of Ethereum, and yesterday in Silicon Valley with the participation of the president of Y Combinator and many other entrepreneurs. So, and there are still 2 more editions of this Tech for Democracy Venture Days to be held in India and Japan. So if any of you are interested in defining a new vertical of the startup ecosystem, if any of you are interested in organizing 5 Venture Days in 5 different countries and identifying the best startups of the world in this particular vertical, so get in touch with Anik, because this is exactly what these fellows have been doing with these 3 Venture Days in Madrid, Bogota, and San Francisco, and the 2 ones that will be held in India and Japan. Finally, I wanted to share with you that we are back in International Venture Days. This is the 25th edition of Venture Days in Madrid, but in the last 10 years, we had Venture Days all over the world. We had to discontinue it during the pandemic, first because the pandemic and after because the travel restrictions, but now we are back. And okay, and in 2023, we are going to have these Venture Days, and please, Ariel, come to the stage. Ariel come to the stage, Ariel. Ariel joined the center a few months ago, precisely to organize this, coming back to organizing Venture Days all over the world. So, and I will ask you to explain and to share with everyone, and maybe recruiting some fellows to help you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes? Okay. Hi, thank you. Welcome. Yes, as Juanjo was saying, I'm Ariel. I'm working alongside Anik and Paris and, of course, Carmen in the center. And we'll be bringing back Venture Days internationally in 2023, with our first stop being in Bolivia in February. These are startup competitions that are open to external startups from IE, and they'll have different verticals. So it will be a big grouping of talent and expanding IE worldwide. We have a couple, I don't have a fellow actually here today from the international, but if you are a student and are interested in joining our team and working like the Silicon Valley fellows, please contact me. I'm happy to add you on the team and have you working alongside us.
Thank you very much, Ariel. And last but not least, congratulations to all the teams who have made the 25th intake of the Venture Lab for all they have accomplished. And congratulations especially for those who have made the finals. Enjoy Venture Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juanjo, for that amazing speech. And thank you for everything you've done. Are you excited to get started? Because I am. Okay, let's dive right in to our runners-up, where 5 teams will give their 1-minute elevator speeches to capture your attention and share their ideas. Let's get started then. Their slogan says it all: happy investors, happy tenants. Let's give a big round of applause to International Estates.
Have you ever wanted to invest in real estate, but don't have the capital? Don't have the time to sit through the extensive real estate process? Or want to invest in booming markets around the world, but don't know where to begin and feel constrained? Well, through blockchain technology, International Estates will offer fractionalized ownership of rental properties starting at €500 per token, which can be traded on secondary markets freely. Smart contracts that reduce the average 30-day waiting period for real estate down to only 12 seconds. And with the international team, we can offer you a wide portfolio of assets all around the world. Becoming a real estate investor has never been so easy. Thank you all.
What a great idea, International Estates. Working insurance is a matter which is as important as complicated, but our next startup is here to make things easier. Their name is Winsurance, so let's give it a big applause.
1, 2,
25 million. That's the number of shops in India, and a staggering 93% of them do not have an insurance, despite the rise of natural calamities and fire incidents. Why is that? First, the products are complicated enough for the individuals to understand, and second, the inefficiency of the network of agents to make the customer educated enough. And that's where Winsurance comes to the rescue. Winsurance is a tech-enabled insurance broker helping the shop owners buy the right insurance and protecting their businesses. We have right now contracts with 5 insurance companies, and using that, we can facilitate the purchase within 30 minutes, which right now takes 2 days. Our value prop is real-time purchases via informed sales. So join us in making businesses in India safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Winsurance. Next, I'd like to invite to the stage a startup that is fundamentally reimagining the way we interact and save with our local businesses through push notifications. Please welcome Flicked.
1, 2, 3.
Small businesses are struggling to be able to capture the attention of consumers. That's why they need to ensure with every penny they spend in marketing that they get the most out of it and most efficiency. So I propose Flicked, a platform mobile application that connects small businesses and consumers to be able to, through push notifications featuring deals, events, and more, in the most important part of the buyer's journey, when they're standing right in front of the business. So that being said, I'd like to elaborate on, when you walk through the street, I want you guys to all imagine you're walking through the street in Madrid, right? You pass by a bar, you feel a buzz in your pocket, you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Pull out your phone, it's a notification from the bar you're standing in front of, offering you 50% off a beer. So you go inside, have a cold one. Now, this method of marketing differs from digital marketing because it's much more a catalyst to immediate action and increases high traffic in businesses. So thank you.
1, 2, 3, and.
It's amazing how Sergey can do great both at presenting this event and his own startup. Can you imagine trying an immersive audio experience? Well, our next startup has made this possible. So let's give a warm welcome to Audento.
1, 2, 3, and.
Hi. Audento is a library, player, platform for review, as well as an aggregator. Consumers are seeking more and more entertaining content to consume on a daily basis and on the go. While audiobooks and podcasts have created a niche for themselves, they're seeking more and more immersive experiences as well. This is where Audento comes in. Audento is a platform for audio dramas. Audio dramas being a more immersive as well as entertaining way to consume audio media because they are both they are unilateral and multilateral in nature in terms of the deliverance of the content that it is propagating. That is storytelling as well as sound effects and more. That creates an environment where you feel involved in the story. We are exclusively a platform dedicated to audio dramas, and unlike the current available media, that is audiobooks and podcasts, we provide more energetic, influential, as well as immersive experiences. So join us as we change the world, or witness us as we continue to change said world. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, and.
Do you like baking? Because I love it. And they say they want to bring the magic of home baking to everyone. Let's give a big round of applause to Slow Pastry Boxes.
3, 4. Two, three, and.
Did you know that during the pandemic, the sale of baking powder increased by 83%? Baking at home allowed us to reduce stress, to be more creative, to focus on sustainable food and enjoy family time. Now, back to our routines, we are rushing again. Our straw pastry kits are the simplest solution to keep enjoying the benefits of home baking. Our business model is based on the subscription box concept and our team baking events we've developed during the last two years. In this kit, you will find local ingredients, utensils, video tutorial, a kit prepared by staff with special needs and delivered sustainably. We are the first sustainable, inclusive, and healthy home baking kit in Spain. And we need your help to make it happen, deliver our straw pastry kits to every home. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Outstanding pitches all around. If I do say so myself. My name is Surya Gans, and we're going to be moving on to do a panel about getting past the pitch, where we'll be discussing some of the key elements that it takes for early investors to get past the pitch and what key early investors are looking for in entrepreneurs. So with that, the panel that is involved is Monica Oriol from a senior investment analyst at Antler, Mor Aini, head of business development at APX, Marta Huidobro, co-founder and president at WA4Steam, and the moderator is one of IE's own, Rocio Atienza, an IMBA student here at IE. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. We've been introduced, but I would like for you to introduce yourself so we can know from your own words a bit more about you.
Okay, I guess I can start. My name is Mor, and the reason for my weird name is because I'm from Israel originally, and we really like short names. In the past 4 years, I live in Berlin. I started my career in the automotive sector in the Israeli ecosystem, and then was working for Deutsche Telekom, helping them to source for deals in Israel. And in Berlin, now I'm working for APX. We're an early-stage VC, a joint venture of Axel Springer, which is the largest media company in Europe. We also have Axel Springer España, Business Insider, for example, Computer Ahoy, and with Porsche, the car manufacturers. So we invest in early-stage startups, so far also invested in very successful companies in the Spanish market. Pleasure to be here.
Hi, I'm Monica. I started my career working in consulting, and then I moved to early-stage startups. So I've always been working as an operator in startups, first in the fintech industry and then in the mobility industry. And now I'm working at Antler, which is an early-stage VC that invests from pre-seed until Series C. We're now present in 20 different countries. So it was launched in Singapore in 2018, and we're now opening our fund in Spain, which will be launching our first entrepreneurship program in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Marta Huidobro. I will not tell you all my career because I'm quite old already, but I've been working in corporate and several things. And for the last 5 years, I am basically fully dedicated to be a business angel investor. As it says here, I'm one of the co-founders and president of Women Angels for STEAM, which is a business angels association, all women, 145, and we invest in women founders in the areas of STEAM, which are the areas that are less represented by women in our, well, in any places in the world. But I am in different group of investors, so I belong to 4 different groups of investors. And I am Vice President of the Spanish Association of Business Angels Network. I'm part of the European Business Angels Network.
Okay, so it's lovely to know more about you and your background. You've all worked with early-stage startups. So what do you look at when you're assessing or getting to know an early-stage startup? What areas do you question, see, look for?
I can start. You probably all heard the answer that is about a team. And it is about a team. And to be honest, I was surprised that we saw here 5 startups, and most of them were men. So yeah, you also need to diversify your team. That's something we are also, as VCs, looking at. And next year, I hope to see more women on stage. So that's one thing, is the team, to make sure that you actually, diversity is not only about gender. It's also about different cultures and different languages and different backgrounds. Also that you complete one another. If you have someone doing business, that the other person will do tech. The second thing we're looking at is, because we're early stage VC, we invest pre-revenue, pre-product, pre-everything. We want to see that there is a huge market to understand that you can actually scale your product. It's great if you found a problem, but if no one has the problem beside yourself, I guess we won't invest there. And the third thing, obviously, is the product. So as we invest pre-product, we do want to understand that you know how to build the product, that you have the right tools. If it's a software, maybe also to start to use those kind of like no-code platforms that you see here a lot. So do not come with nothing, but we want to see actually something that you can show us on how to do it. And I would say the plus one that we want to see is your network. We see a lot of companies aiming to solve a problem for gas stations, and they have no network. We want to understand that actually you can talk to people to understand the problem, that your network is big enough in the industry or in the solution of the problem you're trying to solve.
So as Mor was saying, we also look mainly at 3 things. So firstly, the team, that all the founders have complementary skill sets and diversity as well. Then we look at the product. So in terms of product, what we like is that it's a product that is actually solving a real market need. So as Mor was saying as well, it's not that you only have the problem, but you need to really check that people are willing to pay for the product that you're building, and that you have real customers that are wanting to buy your product. And the third thing would be also the network that you have, but also that the market size is big, because at the end, as Mor was saying, you can have a great team, a great product, but if the market is not big enough, then the impact that you'll have won't be that big. So it's important to have a market size, and that is not only local, but that it's global.
Okay. I will try to find out something that they haven't
that's not really covered already.
It's not always easy. No, I think that business angels are a little bit different in the sense that we are dealing with our own money, which is not the case of professional funds, and then we can be, I mean, the criteria can be very personal. So, but what I want to say is that you will have in front of you people that are looking to very different things. I personally like enthusiastic people. I think that in our relation, the chemistry is very important. So I want people that understand what they are dealing with, so that which are the different aspects in the business model to make to earn some money, which are the hypotheses of the projection they are showing. You can imagine how many times we ask very basic questions and they don't know what they are talking about. So one advice I would say is just make sure that you understand what you are saying. Okay? Sometimes it's better to say we don't have a clear idea on this, and then we are taking into account different possibilities and so on, that just saying, I don't know. And the other thing that I personally like to look at is the purpose. So I think that if you have a person that has a purpose in front of you, it's much, it's easier that they get farther. because they are not just looking to get some money on the business. For me, that's very important. Finally, I personally prefer teams of at least 3 people. 3 or 4 people is the best. 2 can work. 1 is very difficult. If you ever have a very nice idea, try to look for someone who can join you, because the path is very difficult. There are some periods on in the journey that you will be very tired, things are going to be very difficult. And if you are 2, then one day is better for you, and the other day is better for the other, and you help each other. Dealing with this death path, as it's called sometimes, is very complicated when you are alone.
I'm curious because you've all mentioned the team, the product, and most of our audience today are young students. What can they show or demonstrate potential to be high-quality founders when they maybe lack extensive experience? How can they demonstrate their potential to you when they're pitching?
Storytelling. You need to understand how to tell your story. We saw here 4 startups, or 5 startups doing different things, and none of them actually explain what is I think besides the last one, what is the connection. And eventually we're people. People invest in people. When we understand what's the personal story, why you decided to do it. For example, I can tell you, yeah, I build a marketplace for horse products. Cool, please invest in me. Or I can come and say, hey, since I was a kid, I was riding horses, I love it. My mom told me it's a very expensive hobby, then I need to build a marketplace that will help me to compare a horse product. It's way better. People will feel connected to you, and eventually people will remember you. Sometimes the storytelling, I would say sometime, because there is a time that is not only about the storytelling, will help you to get to the next stage and will help you to connect to the people. And I will give an example. Maybe it's not the best example, but for those of you who saw the TV show about WeWork, we saw there Adam Neumann and the way he managed to convince the guy from SoftBank is by telling his personal story. So use it. If there is something, exactly we're talking about purpose, if there is something that led you to have this company, come and tell us. I can promise you that more doors will open for you.
Thank you.
So something that we look at in young entrepreneurs is that they've shown drive in any of their backgrounds. So for example, you may not have professional experience yet, but you might have been involved in like side projects during university, or for example, you may have been helping a family business or running a marathon to raise money for a foundation. So those kinds of things really show that you have drive. And also if you see there's a lot of examples of young entrepreneurs who have built some of the most amazing companies in the world. So Mark Zuckerberg. In Spain, we have Oscar Pierre. So I think young talent can really build amazing companies, and it's very important to have the energy and the drive to really get things done.
Yeah, I think coming back to diversity, I think that it will be always clever to try to balance, to find a nice and balanced team. Obviously, a very young person has not a professional experience, but if you at least balance the different capabilities in terms of education and so on, and you try to find someone as well that gives a little bit more of seniority with, for instance, an advisor team, which is pretty easy to find. I mean, not very easy to find. Like when you see these kind of pitches, normally they have some advisor. I think that can be a good way to see, I know my limitation, I am trying to cope with them. Yeah.
I would also say one thing here. Try not to use a lot of buzzwords. You are saying that. Sometimes when you use a lot of buzzwords, people just don't understand what you're doing. And we see it a lot in VCs that we ask, what does it mean? Where do you actually, what does it mean that you use AI? Where do we see that? And then we see founders standing and they're like shocked because there is not really AI. If you're not doing that, don't say it. And try, I would say, probably even the most complicated, and I'm coming from Israel, super deep tech solution. If you cannot explain it to your grandmother, we won't understand as well. Try to explain it to people that don't come from the industry. Try to really work on how to explain in simple words what is it that you do. If you cannot explain it, I would say that there is a problem, and I would focus there and really try to kind of like clean all those buzzwords.
Okay, so following from that question, your young startups, they don't have any customers yet. What are the things they can show to you? So we've discussed storytelling, but what more maybe tangible metrics or KPIs can they share with you to persuade you to invest that would be effective?
Should I?
Who wants to start?
Well, it really depends very much on the service or products they are showing. In many cases, you have this kind of freemium apps or things like that, or you can give beta products to a number of people that you know in your family, that give you some real background and real feedback of how people are using or testing the product. And as long as they are big enough and diverse enough, it can give you some ideas of that it can work. But as I said, it really depends very much on the product, because if you are investing in, I am investing in some health devices and so on, and you know, that has nothing to do with that. So it's,
would you say the metrics they choose depending on their business is a good indicator of their ability to execute, if they're able to understand the KPIs of their business?
Yeah, of course, that's for sure. If you show KPIs that has nothing to do with the service or the product you are trying to sell, it has no, I mean, nobody will really understand it or believe it on that. But, yeah.
I think that some of the metrics that you can also use, for example, if you're a B2C company that have already launched the market, it's better to use, for example, active users than total users, because total users can be a bit misleading. So we would like to look at active users, then recurrent users, so not only how many users you have, but how many times they come back to you, if it's not a one-off product. And then we like to see what social media impact you have. So for example, if it's the B2C, you can always check their social media channels to see how many followers they have, how much engagement they have. And also it's important to see the word of mouth, so you can talk to customers that have used the product to see the usability, if they've had a good customer experience. So I think there's things that you can check in the very earlier stages. If it's B2C, then as we were saying, depending on the industry, if it's B2B, then there would be other metrics that we could check.
So my role is a bit different in a VC. In my role, I work with the portfolio companies we already invested in and try to see how we can generate revenue for them from doing business introduction to corporate and Mittelstand. It's the German SMEs. And it's very, very challenging thing to do, especially when you are early stage. Having said that, 30% of our portfolio companies are working with either Axel Springer or Porsche, which are shareholders, and many, many other companies. So I will focus more on B2B with my answer, because that's usually with the companies I work with in early stage. In general, when you're talking about sales to corporates, especially when you're early stage, I would avoid not to do it, especially when you're a young company, because of the long sales cycles, because sometimes corporates, not sometimes, always, they're very, very demanding, and they might ask you to do features that will prevent the progress of your product. More to that, sometimes they don't pay on time, so I would focus, especially as an early-stage startup, on the low-hanging fruits. Who are the companies and who are the people that can actually use your product as it is right away? If you don't have a product, one of our portfolio companies raised from US-based VCs based on a wait list. They had a wait list in your website, in the website, that you can actually insert your details and say, hey, once the product is launched, we want to use it. And they were able to show a month-over-month of growth only in the wait list. So they will be able to create some kind of FOMO together with this wait list. It was a different market situation back then. But we would rather to look on companies that understand who are their clients. What is your segmentation? You cannot solve all the problem to all the companies. Who is your niche? Who is your customer persona? To whom are you selling? What is the problem you're solving? And actually to show that you did your market research and you did your homework. You spoke with those people, and always try to use I would call it the 80-20 rule. You always make sure that you speak 20% of the time in the conversation. Don't come and sell your product, especially early stage. Listen to the problem. Might be that your product will evolve or shift based on the need of the client. So don't come and pitch when you don't actually know what is the need of your potential client.
Okay. Cool, thank you. Like we've had both views from the business to direct to consumer and more from the B2B side of metrics and perspectives. We've put our focus on the entrepreneurs, and I would like to shift things a bit because we discuss all the time about entrepreneurs, and we also discuss about product market fit. But I'm really interested in what I call founder-investor fit. The founder-investor relationship is a very long one once they commit, because startups take a long time to develop, sometimes even like decades. And I think it's something that is not always discussed as much as it should be. In your view, what makes a good founder-entrepreneur fit, and how relevant it is to the success of a startup?
Well, from an angel investor, as I am, I think that you're right. In some cases, there is not enough conversation before the investment, and then you find that you are with a team that you don't like, and you have to stay there for 10 years. So, I think there are entrepreneurs that like to be helped. Others that just want the money, investors that want to help, and investors that just want to put some money in the project. And these kind of things you have to talk before you enter in a business, because if the entrepreneur is looking for a smart capital and you are not ready to give any of your time, it's worthless. And if the investors really want to help, and they only, for instance, they only invest in a particular sector where they have a lot of contacts and so on. The good thing is that you already know and that you fit wherever you are willing to give, apart from money, and wherever the entrepreneur wants to receive. So that's really very important. For that, it's absolutely necessary that the entrepreneur is honest and transparent, because sometimes they are really needing some money, and they say, yes, I want this, whatever you are offering me, and afterwards it wasn't the case. So I think that it's better to lose an investor than having the wrong investor. There are some investors that really want to go deep in the business, and yeah, you have to cope with that. On the other hand, it's really very important to report in a quarter basis or periodically, whatever, because otherwise the investors can't help you, even if you want them to help you. I think we will have more time, so I stop here.
Yeah, I think it's very important, so as Marta was saying, that it's not only the VC that has to do the due diligence on the founders, but it's also the founders that need to do the due diligence on the different VCs, because at the end there's different options. So one of the things that founders should look at is that the VC is really aligned with their vision and their mission, because as Marta was saying, this is a long-term relationship, so it's very important to have the objectives aligned from the beginning. So for example, as a founder, things that you can look at is at what stage the fund is. So it's not the same if the fund has just raised the money and is going to exit in the next 6 to 10 years, than if the investor is actually investing in the ending period of their investing time. So if the fund is 10 years, if they're doing the investment by year 4, then they're probably looking for an earlier exit. So as a founder, it's important to check those kind of information of the fund. And also, I think for founders that are building something in a specific market, it's important to have smart money, so investors that are verticalized, for example, so that they can really help them in that specific sector. So let's say you have a startup in the health tech industry, then if you have an investor that really knows the market, they can really open you doors to network, customers, etc. So I think that could be something interesting to look at for founders. And yeah, just to do very well the due diligence and make sure that you're both rowing in the same direction.
I would add maybe one last thing. Do your homework. Try to talk to other portfolio companies that a fund invested in them. Yeah. It's super important to talk to other founders and to see it's actually that the process they've been through is good. We had an issue with one of our startups that actually raised money from a VC that were focused on what they were doing, and we as a VC had to negotiate with them, and it was very, very, very bad negotiation, and we realized that the people in this VC is not people you would like to do business with them. And also as a VC, we went to the founders and we told them, hey, we actually suggest you to kind of like pause the process here and to actually to see if this is the actual VC that you want to move forward with. Eventually, they decided not to, but talk to other founders as well.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll leave on that note. Do your homework. Talk to other founders in the company when you're finding the perfect investor. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have questions from the public.
Anyone that wants to ask this panel a question? We have an incredible angel investor to incredible early stage VCs. So if there's any entrepreneurs out there that have a specific question, this is your time to shine.
The first question is always the hardest. If one
blind,
person will ask, the other will ask.
Nobody, guys? You guys all came here to be inspired. I think half of you are entrepreneurs. OK, then I think we'll go back with our last question.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those were some brilliant insights into what it takes to become a thriving entrepreneur. Thank you very much, Monica, Mor, Marta, and of course, Rocío. However, we still have 6 startups who haven't passed their pitch yet, so let's hear what they have to say. Have you ever thought about what pregnant women should and shouldn't eat? Like what it's better for their babies? Pear Foods has created ready-to-eat meal kits that are both nutritious and delicious. So let's give them a big applause.
Japanese pregnant and postpartum mothers face the difficulties for preparing nutritionally balanced meal. According to the research done by the Ministry of Health, 45% of mothers cannot implement ideal meal. We did a survey, and 95% of them experienced some burdens regarding their meals during the postpartum and pregnant period. How to solve this problem? Pear Foods. We provide ready-to-eat, nutritious meal kit to pregnant and postpartum mothers. We use high-quality, traceable ingredients, which distinguish us from other competitors. Our market size in Japan is $9 billion, and we capture $40 million out of it. And the good news is, this market is 2% growth per year. For more information, scan the QR code, get in touch with us, Let's serve the mother's food problem together. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, and.
Awesome pitch, Barefoot. Thank you so much. Now, fashion and sustainability. What a great mix, right? They want to make brand-led resale the new norm. Loader, everybody.
1, 2, 3, and.
The fashion industry is changing. The fashion industry is changing. Not only is regulation requiring retailers to provide garments with longer lifespans, but millennial and Gen Z consumers are prioritizing sustainability in their purchasing decisions more than ever. These changes have resulted in a boom in the secondary market for fashion. You might be familiar with a few secondary marketplaces for fashion, but many consumers don't trust them to meet their quality expectations or even to verify the authenticity of the product that they're purchasing. That is where Loader comes in. We partner directly with brands to offer a branded platform for buying and selling, where we offer verification services, refurbishment, and like-new packaging. In doing so, we're able to extend the life of products, streamline the process for buyers and sellers, and give brands control of the products that they have in the secondary market, as well as an additional revenue stream. Our association with brands also allows us to attract consumers who previously may have been on the fence about participating in the secondhand market, as well as pushing the fashion industry into a more sustainable direction. If you'd like to talk more about the idea with us, feel free to come find me or my partner, Sibu. Thank you so much.
2, 3, and.
Do you remember playing board games as a child? The laugh, the fun you had playing with friends and family? Well, Yokari is bringing that fun back in a new and fresh way. Welcome, Yokari.
Board game market has skyrocketed in the last few years. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the global market has grown 228%. It's expected to grow another 56% in 2023. Board games players have a problem in common. They don't know where to play, and they don't have people to play with. For this reason, we created Yokari. With Yokari, you can host a game session, find new players, join existing game sessions. The app is already available on mobile and desktop. We build a strong business model that allows us to break even in 18 months. What we are looking at the moment are investors, contacts to grow the project, change the board games industry, and turn Yokari into a reality. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3,
4. Don't you love board games? Thank you, Yokari. Now, I don't know about you, but when I shop online, the only thing I worry about is my carbon footprint. They offer a solution, Emisa.
1, 2, 3, and.
So, I have a question. Who of you has shopped online recently? I think we are right. Online shopping is booming. Last year alone, European consumers almost spent 1 trillion euros in shopping. And fashion has its dominance with almost 100,000 European fashion web shops. And all these web shops are creating a shitload of CO2 emission. Of course, the best is to consume not at all. Unfortunately, this is a not realistic solution. But we are Emisa, and we are going to create make online fashion shopping climate friendly by making the first ever platform where fashion webshops can become carbon neutral today and net zero in the future. Our Around solution gives you factual CO2 insights. These can be reduced by our software and community. And at last, if there's still CO2 remaining, this can be offset by you, the website customer, at the checkout for just some pennies. That we already have 19 current fashion pioneers that help shape our community and our product. And these brands cannot wait for our launch. We are Guido and Falke, two data nerds with a love and passion for Mother Nature. If you're curious about our progress or have the guts to join us, meet us after the pitch. Thanks.
I love Emisa's idea. How awesome would it be to connect with people online to then spend some time with them offline? After 5 has created a platform to do exactly this. So let's give them a warm welcome.
2, 3, and...
Human connectedness today is not as good as it should be. We're extremely connected across all kinds of social media platforms, but it feels like we're quite disconnected from the genuine connections in our lives. And the truth is, today's ways of finding and creating any kind of social plans are essentially communication platforms. And the current applications out there today are essentially trying to structure the lives of what are unstructured people. And the truth is, we are spontaneous in our nature. And this is exactly what we want to promote with After 5, where myself and my 3 co-founders have designed the mobile application that essentially sends a notification to its users every single day at 5 o'clock, asking for their mood for the evening, so that by the time you leave work or you finish classes, in a matter of seconds, you're able to see which ones of your friends are down to grab a drink with you. Because the truth is, it's the moments we spend with the people that we love that really bring meaning to our lives. And we want to provide more of those moments to more people. Thank you very much.
2, 1, 2, 3, and...
What an outstanding pitch. Next, I'd like to welcome EdAdvisor, who is changing the way youth choose their career paths to live more fulfilling lives.
1, 2, 3.
How many of you will go back to the past and will pick a different career path? You don't need to answer this question now, but think about it. Did you feel helpless when you had to select your university degree after high school? If you are like me and my co-founders, probably yes. Today, many students are not being offered with enough support and are taking bad decisions, like my case. They are not receiving also personalized guidance, and they are not aware about the future implications of the decision. That's why today we are doing something about it. EdAdvisor is the AI-driven solution that assists students in this important decision, to know what to study in order to determine the career path. EdAdvisor provides personalized content and also gives a clear overview about the future employability implications. Our goal is to change the way these decisions have been made in the last 50 years and maximize the probability of success of the students overall. So join EdAdvisor and let us empower the future generations to select the perfect career path. Thank you.
3,
Wow, amazing presentations, right? But don't get up from your seats just yet, because let me tell you, the best is yet to come. Perseverance with Passion. It will be a fireside panel where we will listen to Peres de la Tras, Managing Director of the Venture Lab, and Neda Aldaini, an IE alum, also, fun fact, he was a student of Paris. discuss how perseverance plays a key role in the success of any entrepreneur, and also why entrepreneurship is not an exact science. Exciting, right? Oh, I'm super excited. Let's give them an applause with passion, please.
Okay, we got some slides, right? Do we have some slides? Yes. All right. I'm going to get to this in a minute. But before I get to this picture here, is that an amazing truck or what? That's truly amazing. So let me tell you a story. This is 2011, and I'm teaching entrepreneurship. I just joined IE. And it's entrepreneurship class, and some guy walks into class looking like this, but wearing sunglasses. And he sits at the end of the classroom. Why?
Well, I mean, Paris, you've been always telling us you need to be unique, and
so unique? In any case, Neda was one of 52 students, and he graduated in that class, not in the school, but he graduated in that class 52. The last one in the class. Now, you know we have a curve in this school, right? We do have a curve in this school, so it means that he failed, but because of the curve, not because of anything else. And I don't know, have I failed any student here? Anybody here that I failed? No. No. What happens when you fail a student? Usually, they hate you forever, okay? I like it because most of my students, when I walk down the corridor, they see me, hey, Paris, this and that. Do you know what students do once you fail them? It's like, they don't even know you. It's like, I don't know this guy. But yes, he failed the class. And he didn't fail because he got bad grades. He failed because at the end of every entrepreneurship class, there's a jury made up of some of these like angel investors that we saw today. And these angel investors listen to his idea. Tell us the idea that you presented.
So basically, back in 2010, the venture capital scenery, and especially in our region, is not like that really into the surface. So I wanted to bring a unique boutique venture capital money that invests in super early stage startup, pre-product, pre-revenue companies. And that's what I pitched to the jury.
So he was essentially pitching Venture Lab, that he was going to create a venture lab in Kuwait, but there was no revenue model.
At that time, to be honest, I wasn't really focusing on the business model or the revenue model. I felt the venture lab, it's something that I wanted to do for a long period of time. I feel it's going to add value to my character, and it's going to increase my learning, it's going to increase my knowledge in the tech industry. So I wasn't really worried or focusing on the P&L or the business model for it as much as what's in it for me when it comes to a learning and knowledge.
So investors, if you heard that story, that he wasn't focusing on the P&L or the money or anything like that, you would fail him. And that's what they did. And so when I saw the grade, I was like, oh, you know, I really like this guy, and now I failed him. There was nothing I could do. And so I ran into him after they published the grades. And unconsciously, I decided to walk as far away from him as I could because I didn't want him to, like, hit me or anything. But he came towards me, and he said, Habibi. And I was like, Habibi? He said, yes. Are you teaching any other courses this year, Professor? I said, I am. He said, I'm going to take it. And I said, why? 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 Tell us.
Very simple. Like, you know, at that time, when you take a C plus or an F in the class, in the same moment, it hurts a lot. Like you go home and you feel you're the worst person on the earth. You feel you're the dumbest person in the class. But I think you feel it like this because you take it so much personal to you. And at that time, to be honest, I was having this feeling, but I start to realizing it's not actually something you should take it personal. You need to look what went wrong. You need to observe what other people have been doing better than you. And then you can understand that it's not the amount of time you put in your project. People don't care like how many nights of sleepless nights to develop your project. People cares about the hookup. People cares about, do you really provide something that will benefit the consumer or the community? Does it have impact or no? And I had a feeling that I am creating something that will have an impact. Maybe I didn't do it right, or maybe I couldn't do it on the right way to deliver it to the jury. So let's have a second chance.
And so he took my second course in entrepreneurship. And so what do you think happened? Yes, the curve got him again. And then I ran into him again. And this time I thought for sure, this guy is going to like send someone to come after me and my family or something. But there he was. And he said, Habibi, I'm graduating, professor, and you'll be hearing from me. And I said, great. And I thought, wow, incredible. Twice in a row. And sure enough, 6 months later, he calls me from Kuwait. This is late 2012 after he graduated. And he says, Professor, I've raised $1 million for my project. And so how do you think I felt? Yeah, gilipollas, right? For those of you that don't speak Spanish, it means idiot. And so that began his career. Today, 10 years later?
Yes.
He runs the most successful accelerator in Kuwait, probably in Bahrain as well. He's an amazing friend of IE. And so tell me, you know, when you went back to Kuwait, did any of this affect you?
Well, to be honest, I went back and I said, okay, I have an idea that had a lot of questions and a lot of feedback from different people. So why don't I take a step ahead and I try it with a small group? So like a small bunch of entrepreneurs, let me try to do something with them. I'll call them my focus group. So I took 7 guys from Kuwait and we spent 2 weeks in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, just learning the ecosystem of San Francisco. And 12 months later, these 7 guys 2 of them were able actually to raise $12 million. And that's the exact hook that I wanted to tell the jury, that there is so much opportunity in the Middle East. There is so many markets that need to be developed. There is so many problems that can be fixed. And I wanted basically to be the fire spark of that market and the region. So that focus group that gives me, to be honest, the experience I was hesitating with when I came out from IE. Is it going to work or it's not going to work? But the focus group I did, it gives me a really good push that we need to make this as a company that takes shares, take equity, take fee from the funds that we're raising, all this kind of stuff.
And so, yes, he calls me 6 months later, he's raised $1 million, And he's off. And as I said, I thought, my God, amazing. And so a year later, he calls me. And he says, Professor, do you teach outside of IE, freelance type thing, outside? And I go, yeah, sometimes, He says, would you like to come and teach in my program that I'm doing for a big company in Kuwait? And I said, yeah, maybe. And he says, well, if you come and teach, I'll give you $5,000 a day to teach. Do you guys know how much IE pays? I was like, are you kidding me? And so sure enough, I was on a plane. And I was teaching in his program for 3 days. Complemented my income that year. And for the last 10 years, I'm happy to say. So tell us, what was the big break that got you into these big companies? The company Zain. Zain is one of the most amazing companies in the Middle East. It's one of the biggest telcos. They're all over the Middle East. And they've been relying on NEDA for the last almost 10 years for accelerating their students.
Well, it's the hook, Paris. All of us knows that telecoms are not in their best era right now, and they're looking for better opportunity to grow their business. And the only way to do that is basically by allowing these companies to acquire, to partner with startup, or to basically, we call it, for example, embedded this startup within the big umbrella of the telecoms. And that's basically was the main hook for the last 10 years. Every single year, Zain Telecommunication Company work with more than 10 startups every year. Nowadays, they have the biggest startup platform in the region. There is no single startup that comes in the telecommunication or the digital industry, and Zain doesn't know about them from the early stage point of view. A lot of people know about them when they come really big. But the real deal is to know these guys when they are in early stage, so you can work with them, you can partner with them, or you can acquire them. So that was the main hook that bring all of this actually to the real life. Nowadays, we're in 2022. We have 25 companies in our portfolio that we did an investment. We raised 2 funds, one with Zain Telecommunication Company, and another one with KFH, Kuwait Finance House. It's the second largest Islamic bank in the world after the Saudi Rajhi Investment Bank. And basically out of this 25 portfolio company, 2 of them have been exited. One in 2021, it's a Jordanian startup called POS Rocket. The second one was mid of 2022 called Melto. It's a Dubai-based startup. And both of them was really a good exit.
So now let's get personal, as if we haven't gotten personal. A lot of students are probably wondering, what makes a good entrepreneur? So let's talk about certain things. Let's talk, for example, about luck. Because a lot of people say, if you're not lucky, you're not going to make it. Is luck that important?
I don't feel luck it's really important. I believe luck is there, but it has very small percentages. But the person who increase this percentage or lower this percentage is you, basically. When you put your heart into it, when you try really to make something that has impact to the community, to the user, to yourself as well, that's where I can see the luck is increasing. So let me give you a small example. When I was talking entrepreneurship back in 2012 in my country, most of the meetings, most of the investment meetings I've done, they were nice to kick me out from the meeting. They were not really believing in startup and investment in startup. They were investing in stocks, real estate. That's the best thing. But just to give you an example, how your dedication increase your luck probability. Guess what happened in 2014 or 2015? 2015, one of the first startup in Kuwait called Talabat, I don't know what's similar to it, I think Eat, something here in Spain called Eat.
Uber Eats.
Yeah, exactly. Get acquired by Rocket Internet. And Rocket Internet acquired this startup for 180 million euro. And this news, when it comes all over the newspaper and the channels and the media, and I was really dedicated to promote entrepreneurship and startup and early stage startup, and no one cares. But this news have been making a big shift that most of the investors, most of the mega companies that have been like, kicking out or closing meeting, or they don't care about really what entrepreneurship is about, they start coming back and asking more questions. How does 180 million come from Germany to Kuwait? What this guy is doing to sell this company at this multiples? So sometimes when you're dedicated enough, other stuff on the universe, like what happened to Talabat, for example, it will increase your luck for having bigger investment opportunity and bigger believer in the market.
So let's talk about something else. I always tell my students that the world is not fair.
Yeah, it is not fair.
And you have to that's got to sink in early because it's going to get tough. Tell us about that.
Well, it is not fair. It's about the value proposition that you're really providing. If you have a value proposition, you know what, guys, Zain is, for example, is not relative to me. I don't know like everyone works as Zain. But why don't you think they've been working with me for the last 10 years? It's basically because every single year I start to think like, what could be a better value proposition that we can bring to this company? So bringing startup from Kuwait, the year after we started to bringing startup from all GCC to work with Zain. The year after we opened it to the entire Middle East and North Africa. So if they don't see this value proposition is increasing every single year, they wouldn't be working with us. So it's not fair, yes, but it's in your hand. It's what makes you really engaged to this business or engaged to your idea or engaged to your startup that you're trying to make, that makes it actually much more better.
All right, this picture here was in our last trip. He invited me to go back, a month ago, to give my 3 days of sessions.
This picture, this car has a 5-star bedroom in the truck, basically.
Yeah, what's the name of that white outfit? It's called what?
Dishdasha.
Dishdasha.
Yeah.
And so this is his truck. This is his truck. His normal car was at the mechanic. And so we drive around in this truck for 3 days. And he tells me that next time I'm going to come, he's going to take me to the desert.
Yeah.
To go camping. And he tells me he's going to bring a gun to the desert. And I'm like, are we back in the States or what? And he says, no, we need a gun. I go, why? He says, well, it doesn't happen often, but if we go camping up north, you never know. We're going to be very close to the Iraqi border, and maybe there might be some stray Iraqi walking around that doesn't remember that the war ended or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that case anymore, but like, gun is always something fun to have, just like.
Fun to have. And so this was dessert in Kuwait. Kuwait is an amazing place. They got great desserts. This was us there at the end of the program, and so he bet me. Now, if you're going to try to bet me, be careful what you're, to see if you're going to lose or not. But he said, "I'll bet you $100 that you don't put on this outfit." Do you think I was going to lose $100? No, I was not going to lose $100. So yeah. Neda, you are the greatest champion of IE alumni in the Middle East. You're a great model for a lot of people.
Thank you.
What advice do you give our students here that are pitching and are trying to follow their dreams?
Guys, just find the hook and don't take it personal. And trust me, like, it will work.
Don't take it personal.
It's for him. Neda, Paris, thank you for such an inspiring chat. I hope that we all here never forget to always keep persevering in our goals. And actually, tomorrow I have to present my own pitch in Paris class, and now I'm not sure if I want to fail or I want to pass. But anyways, it has been refreshing to hear the ideas from our runner-ups and the advice from our experts. But before we continue and go on to the finalist pitches, let's take some time to recharge batteries. So if you head out of the auditorium now, you will have some coffee and some treats, and we'll be back in 40 minutes, and this time I promise that we'll be on time. Thank you.
grown monthly, you invest with them wherever they are, in the US or in the West or in the East, they don't. See, what big issues, they go very huge. I mean, I agree with you. At the beginning, they had a big issue, but we solved most of them. For example, our fund is the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands, they believe that it gives you really much more flexibility.
Dave Mooney, how far away is he? Eh? Too far, it's ridiculous. Really? Take this long? Well, he gets off school at 5. Why is he taking an hour? 6:15. He's supposed to be here 5:20. So that's bullshit. He'll be here any minute. Yeah, but I expected him for the coffee break, you know. Well, if it doesn't, I did say bring 2 amps. Didn't say you were going to drop one of them. Yeah, well, I didn't know the lead came off. Well, the strap came off.
Once you go off the stage, you're flying like that on the floor. You don't have to worry. It's never come off before.
Well, there you go.
Never even taken it off.
That was the first time. Let's go with another hit.
It's like, regardless of how they are, we never have to be in a hurry. We just go,
Exactly.
be efficient, and just
Well.
go. We don't have to rush.
Well, let's keep playing.
We don't know that.
Thanks for getting the coffee. Appreciate it. I know that.
See, we don't have to hurry.
Well, we were expecting. Let's play. On. Mic on? No.
Okay. He's seen me. Come on.
Hmm?
Go on.
Go on, what?
Hey, he's opened the mic.
2. He hasn't. Who are you signaling to?
The guy in the corner, he saw me.
Who's this guy here? Tell this guy.
David? Dave? David?
What we did? Karen, what we did? No idea.
Move a mountain?
To the end. No. On the last night. On the last night. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Something is going down. Maybe I'm just a phone guy. Everybody's leaving town. Cars backed up on the highway. Could be the end of the world. Who knows without it coming? Pack it back and leave your thing. Staying right here tomorrow. If it all goes tonight, I got you by my side. Everything can blow sky high. We'll do alright on the last They got all the networks down. Folks are going a little crazy, talking about the end time, praying that the rapture take. It could be a sign of the times. Who knows, we'll get through somehow. Baby, I'm just coming home. There's nowhere I would rather be now. If it all goes tonight, oh, I got you by my side. Everything can blow sky high. We'll do alright on the last night. Something is going down. I don't even wanna know how. Maybe I'm just coming home. There's nowhere I would rather be now. If it all goes tonight, oh, I got you by my side. Everything can blow sky high. We'll do alright. If it all goes tonight, got you by my side. Everything Tell what's really on my mind. I don't wanna ruin it. 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 Walking the streets and bolding you. Everything's going better than planned. Oh, this is when a Friday night is over. Hearts are thumping at the front door. Oh, but it's late. I really should be getting home. That's right. Despite what we already know, it's late. I really should be getting home. Unless you really don't want me to know. Oh, I don't wanna ruin a good thing this way. And then last night on Monday. Oh, 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 oh. Even though I know it should be going, even while the love is slowly broken. Oh, 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 oh. I don't wanna ruin it. 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Kind of you. Gracias.
If any of you are going to be in London in April, we'll be playing on the 10th, Monday the 10th of April, in nothing less than the Royal Albert Hall with the band Show of Hands.
Maybe we can get Paris to come along. Ooh, I don't know if we got anything like that, do we? Oh, rock and roll, okay. What do we got, rock and roll? Jealousy, I'm not the one for you, bigotry. Don't waste your time on me, I hate on me. Gonna run right along, long prejudice. Greatest kill I know, and I'll stand you up when you're falling down. And I will see you right, yeah, yeah, when the world is gone. And I will stand you up when you're falling down. And I will see you right, yeah, yeah, when the world is gone.
On bass, Mr. Dave Mooney.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're Track Dogs, and we'll give it back to you.
Hope everybody's feeling refreshed and recharged. And we're moving forward into the opening final. But before that, I'd like to welcome Paris to the stage to introduce the Venture Day finalists. And so without further ado, Paris.
I'm not going to introduce the Venture Day finalists, but I'm just going to say a few quick words. First, where's Anik? Anik? Come on up, Anik. So, Anik, yeah. You know it, that all the heavy lifting in the Venture Lab is done by this young lady. So, Anik, 6 years ago, 6 or 5? 7 years ago. 7 years ago, Anik, I failed her. No, I didn't fail her. Anik was a fellow in the Venture Lab 7 years ago, and she worked so hard. She put in probably 20 hours a week. We organized a Venture Day in Holland, and her family was there. It was just amazing. She was totally dedicated. And I thought, well, she's very committed. But sure enough, when she graduated, she got a job in the States. They gave her a visa to work in the startup community. And she spent 5 years working with startups. And then she said, I'd had enough. Khalas. I want to do something different. And she told me, listen, Paris, I'm coming back to Europe. And I said, do we have a job for you? And so tell us, what's it been like so far, Nick?
I would say a roller coaster. It's fun. I told Paris when he asked me to come back, absolutely not. I've always sworn to never work for a big company and always work with startups, for startups, or create my own startup. Obviously, this is an amazingly lucky position that I get to do it all. So it's really fun because it's not just with the Venture Lab teams, now with the International Venture Days, all the incredible investors that I've met over the past year. It's been, a roller coaster.
And what about Venture Network? How many of you have been to Venture Network?
I want to see all those hands.
How many of you have had more than one beer at Venture Network? See, we need more beer.
I mean, our sponsor is Heineken. They're Dutch, so that's not our strong suit.
So I wanted to have a cup of coffee, but I spent all my time during the break with students coming up to me saying, Professor, are you going to fail me? How many of you have the opportunity to get failed by me over the next few weeks? Raise your hand up high. If you're doing the IMBA Venture Lab, you're on that list, so raise your hand up high. If you're doing MCMC, if you're in the BBA, who else? There's quite a few of you. There's probably 20 of you. How many of you, if you fail, are going to be able to say, Neda, and then look at me and say, Habibi? Nobody, right? Yeah, I thought so. So without further ado, this year we have 10 amazing finalists. We're very excited about this. Any anecdote you want to say about these finalists, Anik?
I don't think we've ever had such a diverse bunch. From poker to renewable cups to investing in India. I was blown away. I see some semi-finalist jury, and it's been an incredible journey, and I think it's going to be a really incredible afternoon or evening for you guys to see that our students not have all worked hard, succeeded in what they're trying to do, and ready to launch, but also diversity. I think that's the uniqueness that IE brought to it, because the students that we attract, it's really represented in the ideas that they brought to Venture Day today.
So before we begin, let's give a big hand to the amazing jury of investors that we have here today. You know what they say, time is money, and they're spending a lot of time here. At the end of all these pitches, they're going to go back, and Nick's going to take them to decide who the big winners are, right?
In a little dark room just behind here, so very excited.
In a little dark room. Yeah, and so before we begin, I want to thank, we have just over 400 of you here today, and we have over 400 that have been on streaming. And so we have streaming people from all over the world. But in particular, I've got a message for one person in Argentina. Alan, tu chica es un crack. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paris and Anik. You guys are the best. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for. The Venture Day finalists. Woohoo! Where 10 teams will give their pitch in 5 minutes and 3 minutes for questions and answers by the jury. Let's get started then. Let me ask you a question. During any given day, how many disposable cups do you think you throw away? 1? 5? Well, Renew, recognizing this problem, decided to reimagine what a disposable cup means to us in a circular ecosystem for them. Renew.
3.
Let's talk about paper cups. I'm sure we all use them, we just use them outside, and they're convenient, I get it. But yeah, do you know how big of an issue that is? 600 billion of these are used worldwide every single year. And just for these 6.5 million trees are cut down. Where we are here in Spain, 1.5 billion paper cups are used every single year. That's why we came up with Renew, a circular ecosystem of fully reusable and fully recyclable to-go cups. So we want you to replace your paper cup with our Renew cup. Now let's get into how Renew works. First, you go to your favorite coffee shop as you always do. You order your coffee, but instead of getting it in a paper cup, you ask for it to be in a Renew cup. And for this, you pay a €2 deposit. Then you go out, enjoy your coffee, as you always do, but instead of throwing away the cup, you return to the same store or any of the other stores in the network where you can return the cup. There you can either return it and get the deposit back or get a new drink in a fresh Renew cup. What do we offer, though? First of all, we are offering a 25% reduction in cost for the stores for their paper cups. Second, closest to our heart, we're reducing a lot of waste because every single one of our Renew cups replaces 1,000 paper cups. And third, we are creating a community, a network of sustainable people where people are showing interest in and they want to be part of it. Where is this available, though? Where I'm from, in Germany, there's a huge provider. They have 18,000 locations already, just had a 12 million funding round this summer, and we see the wave is coming. It's coming to Spain because it's all over the world. And when I say it's coming to Spain, we want to ride the wave here because the market is big. You see people all over with paper cups. The volume is 225 million every single year for those paper cups. 16 million only in Madrid. And what we want to target for the first year, it's 540,000 euros in revenue. Let me explain on the business model. It's fairly simple. We charge the stores, our partners, based on the number of cups they serve every single day. And just for an example, an average store can thereby save about 2,000 euros every single year. Now, how are the operations working? We basically have our supplier who gives the cups to us. We then provide them to the partners, and they give them out to their customers. Their customers return them, and then they're either washed in the store or we wash them centrally and redistribute them. How are we doing this? Who are we going to tackle? First, we're going to specialty coffee shops that we are working with in order to bring it out to their customers who are millennials, Gen Z, they care about sustainability. Then we're doing this through influencers, through co-creation. And we're using our website, our social media, where we want to create this community, this network to bring it forward. And we see it is working. Those are our customers. It works. We are live. And to show you, we have over 100 active users using our Renew cups so far. We have voted over 600 paper cups in just those 2 weeks that we are alive. And if you take these 100 users, take it for a full year, it would be 16,000 cups that we can avoid with just these 100 users. So far, we are active in 4 locations around Madrid. We're talking to other partners, and the best thing is DoEat, the one who is working with IE. They are interested in working with us at all their IE locations, which serve 35,000 coffees every single month. Now, what are we looking for the first year? We have set 540,000 euros in revenue, which we want to get through 1,000 shops here in Madrid and targeting 10% of their daily to-go cup sales. Taking this further, though, what are we doing? We want to go to other cities in Madrid, in Spain, other cities in Portugal eventually, go into other products, for example, takeaway bowls, which is a huge problem for waste, and go into other partnership models, such as gas stations or hotels. Now, what are we asking for? Today, we're asking for 150,000 euros from you, which you're going to use mainly for our inventory, for distribution and warehousing, for tech, marketing, and our first employees. So far, we already have 65,000 euros bootstrapped, and we are eligible for 40,000 euros in EU funds. Who are we? We are a team experienced in operations and in marketing and sales, which is the backbone of our operation. So with our mentor network, who are experienced entrepreneurs, we have developed this and brought this forward to be where we are today. So where others see trash, we see a future liability and an opportunity. Thank you.
Hello.
Vale, pues mano uno.
Third time, thank you. Okay, now it works. I think it's a very good idea. Maybe my concern would be on a market appetite to be able to reach this 500 Ks. So how are you going to go to these 1,000 stores or coffee shops, wherever, to be able to reach that? And how are you going to pulse the market here in Spain? Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. We thought it was going to be much harder than what it really is, because the coffee shops that we have been working with so far are in Salamanca and Malasaña. So the clients are mostly millennials, and they don't have a problem with going a little bit more sustainable. And the approach that we had to the stores, we have it there. It's 86% of them said that they do want to be more sustainable. And our success rate has been way higher than what we expected. We were a little bit concerned that Spain is a little bit slow on this wave of sustainability, but so far we've been lucky and successful with our work.
Okay. Hello. Out of curiosity, from what the cups are made of?
They're made of PPE, so plastic, food-grade plastic, and we're currently sourcing them from Germany, one of the big and sustainable certified suppliers. But we're looking to bring it closer to Spain. Yet we couldn't find anyone at this level, so we are going with this one so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are other options to use non-plastic and also not to ship something from Germany. And I'm curious also about your USP. I mean, I also live in Germany and I know Recap. What is the USP of the product, of your product compared to other competitors?
Right now, for us, it's about being first to the market, creating the network first. We are aware of that other players could come to Spain, yet there's no one indicating coming here so far. So we're thinking being first to the market is most important than having this price model as we're applying.
If I understood correctly the business model, so how do you motivate the shops to give you the exact information of how many users of this cup is every day? I mean, because
so how it works, it's part of the user experience. You create an account on our website, and shops are going to have a QR code. Customers just scan the QR code to leave the deposit and grab the cup. Each shop has their own QR code, so that way we maintain the stock levels and we know when a shop is giving out a cup and when they're receiving it.
One more?
That is a great idea, Renew. Our second finalist has a very noble objective to improve the financial health and promote the development of vulnerable communities. And they have created a platform for this to allow migrant workers to send money to their families. So their name is Girais.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gabriela, the founder of Hiraeth. Did you know that 1 out of 7 people in the world are involved in remittances? This means that a staggering 1 billion people are either sending or receiving money from relatives abroad. Maria is one of them. She came to Spain from Colombia a few years ago to give her daughters a better look at life. However, she's been sending $200 every month to her family to support them with daily expenses and emergencies. The way she does it is very transactional. She sends cash, and they receive it in cash. Although so many people use the same model as Maria does, the model is flawed. It's not safe to send cash where everyone knows that you're picking up cash at a local pickup point. The commission remains really high. It's still about 6% to send cash to Latin America. The transactions are offline, so sometimes the money can take days to arrive. But the worst part is that Maria has no control over where the money is actually going. And the money she'd been sending for her daughter's education, when she went back this year, she realized it had been spent at the bar. What Maria needs is Hiraeth. It's a platform where she can support her family in a secure way with all the control and the support of the community. The process is very simple. Maria just needs to add money to her account, select her beneficiaries, notify them, and give them access to a marketplace where they can select different vouchers from supermarkets, pharmacies, and anything else that their family may require. And the best part is they receive the vouchers via WhatsApp and if they don't have access to internet, they can access the marketplace straight through WhatsApp without the need to download anything. Best part for Maria as well is that she gets access to a lot of resources that engage her with the community in the host country. So she can interact, create events, join different groups as well, and also have access to resources that are not normally very accessible to her. So in essence, everybody wins. Senders and receivers pay no fees, and they get rid of the abusive intermediary that normally takes a big cut. And for partners, they get access to a whole new market that they generally don't have access to. We have identified 3 different revenue streams. The first one is a simple commission that we take from vouchers sold through the marketplace. The second one is a subscription model for senders, where they get access to all these community resources that help them improve their financial well-being. And then advertising from partners in the marketplace, where they can push for certain products, add promotions, etc. The market is huge. There's $773 billion being sent by 300 million migrant workers like Maria herself. And out of this, 16 billion, it might seem like a small number in comparison, but that's how much it's been sent through mobile phones. And it's a 65% increase from pre-COVID times, so the number is only rising. We chose Colombia as our first country because, like Maria, there's 500,000 other Colombians living in Spain, and they send $1 billion every year, which is already a huge market on its own. There are some players in the market, however, they're mainly focused on reducing fees rather than offering a more comprehensive solution that takes into account the whole well-being of the migrant workers and their families. Our team has been working really hard to achieve this. We have a team with complementary skills and international backgrounds that have experienced the problem at some length in themselves. We also, with our team, we have been proving market fit for the past few months and achieving 4,000 organic web visits to the website, 11% click-through rate through Google. We also have over 200 people signing up organically without doing any advertising on the website. And we have developed an app with no-code platforms, with no tech skills and no budget. And we also have the support from the Colombian community, not only senders and receivers, but also the consulates and the Chamber of Commerce. We have closed already over 20 commercial agreements, including Colombia's largest supermarket chain. And we also have the recognition from the startup ecosystem. We've been part of Lanzadera, which is the largest community of entrepreneurs in Spain since May. And we've also been named top 50 startup by 4 years from now, and most innovative startup at the Smart Cities Expo World Congress. And so we calculated a sigmoid for customer growth. So it shows that at the beginning, it's going to take us a little while to earn those early adopters. But once we have the early adopters on board, the growth will be exponential. And we are predicting break even by late 2023, so in a year's time. What we're looking for today is 250K to continue building the app with better tools, and also continue to foster that community that we're already creating and expand quickly to other markets. Thank you very much. Please join us in revolutionizing remittances.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me? Congratulations about the presentation. Very interesting, great mission. Payments are really complex. So I was wondering, what do you think are the most difficult things that you have to do from a technical perspective? And what are the things that you're going to do differently from competition, because it's a very overcrowded space?
Well, one of our key differentiators is the marketplace, where we don't need a license for it. The way it works right now and for the short term is that the people in the host country, so the Colombian and Spain, like Maria, she buys a Hiraeth voucher, and with that voucher, she can give access to the marketplace where they can shop for other vouchers. So there's no payment involved there. It's just a transaction of exchanging one voucher for the other. And then obviously, ideally, it's not a 360 solution because we don't offer cash transfers for now, but we're working on implementing a payment solution through blockchain technology as well for that. The problem is that Colombia is a very complicated market, as I have experienced. And so we're trying to find a partner for payouts in Colombia, which is our main problem right now. But I mean, it's completely feasible, and we've been trying it for months, so there is a solution. Oh.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah.
Hi. Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
What is your go-to-market strategy? So how do you plan on getting to those levels of customers as you plan?
Okay. Well, right now, because we don't have a budget at all, what we've been doing is very organic, and we've been building a community on social media. But we also have a member of our team who's part of the Colombian community here in Spain. She actually was an entrepreneur that had a little shop of Colombian products. And we're organizing, we're doing collaborations with other startups where they give us, I don't know, for example, very random example, but we're doing a collaboration with a startup that sells churros. And so we're going to their shop in a couple of weeks to give out churros to all the people that sign up to the platform, and we explain them how it works and stuff. So we do a lot of small events where we engage with the community and make them realize that there's someone behind the app, basically. I mean, we also do social media campaigns and things like that, but right now it's very trying to reach those early adopters, mainly people that already use the digital solution in general.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. And she had her hand up for a while.
We are out of time. We are out of time.
Oh, well, she was literally the first one, so I feel really bad, but thanks.
What a wonderful pitch, Hiraz. Next, I'd like to welcome Heva Health, a startup that is reimagining the way healthcare companies support women throughout their reproductive and parenting journey.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello guys, we are Heva, a digital health platform for Indonesian women. Beneath the smiles and perfect pictures of a woman's life when they just gave birth on Instagram, being a mother is actually not easy. When I was pregnant with my first son in Indonesia, my doctor was pressuring me for a C-section even though I wanted a natural birth from the start. The doctor did not give me a full information on birth options and what happened after birth. You see, most gynecologists in Indonesia are men, and I felt that experience are very transactional. I did not feel taken care of. Even though I love my son, but the changes, the shock, the confusion, the lack of support and knowledge on what to do during postpartum period made it the most traumatizing experience of my life. And I am just one of the 150 million women in Indonesia. After birth, 1 in 5 women experience postpartum depression, and 66% of women in Indonesia take career breaks after childbirth. You see, this shows the problem is real. Our program make their life simple again. Customer will be onboarded through questionnaire that will cover the information of their medical history and needs. Then they'll be assigned to a dedicated care sister who will stay and be their support throughout their journey. They will then discuss and finalize the program through the extensive suggestion and selections. They can then start the program through a proactive support by the care sister who will integrate all the health needs with healthcare professionals. With just $40 a month, the subscription package will consist of 2 consultations a month, 24/7 support, and access to the program resources, such as tracking record. They can also add more consultation when necessary, order medicine and get them delivered at their doorstep, and access free education.
We have supply and demand ready for launch. Within only 1 month, we have 150 doctors, 2 lab partners, and 1 pharmacy chain signed up. On the demand side, 3,700 expecting mothers are on our waitlist. 30 lead customers have collectively deposited $3,000 to profit from our services immediately upon launch. To scale rapidly, we formed partnerships. 2 famous baby-focused brands give us exposure to 14 million customers. We partner with 3 mom communities, which together have 250,000 members receptive to promotions. The addressable market for us in Indonesia comprises 16 million women in childbearing age earning a mid to high income. Based on $50 average monthly spending, this translates to 10 billion yearly revenue potential. Indonesia is the fastest growing economy in Southeast Asia. Due to this growth, the middle class will be 3/4 of Southeast Asian population by 2030. The female health space is booming worldwide. The US has several companies with valuations from $200 million to $1.5 billion. In Indonesia, there's only Halodoc, which does not focus on women and only offers on-demand telehealth consultations. Our go-to-market strategy has 4 phases. First, we will get our core operational team of medical professionals and care sisters started. Then we will launch our first prenatal and postnatal program, as well as launch our e-pharmacy service. We will grow content and acquisitions by developing educational content and scale by forming partnerships. Then we will expand our program offerings further and launch more programs, as well as start offering B2B solutions. We believe that in 3 years, we can obtain 25,000 customers, giving us a revenue of $15 million per year. We ask you for $300,000 investment to launch our MVP, pay our core team, and get marketing and operations started. Priscilla is our visionary. She has already launched 4 companies and has more than 10 years experience in the mom and baby domain. I will focus on operations. I have 5+ years experience in sales and operations, as well as in pharmaceuticals. Our advisory board has 2 doctors. They each have 6+ years experience in digital health and give us access to a pipeline of more than 15,000 doctors.
We are currently looking for investment to kick off the launch ASAP. And anybody who are willing to help and assist us, feel free to contact me in this contact. And let's make a difference in the lives of the women out there. Thank you very much.
Hey, makasih, Priscilla.
Oh, hello. Sama-sama.
So we have a fund that we are investing out of Indonesia and the whole Southeast Asia also. So, well, congratulations for the project. I mean, we understand completely the problem you're trying to solve. I want to ask, like, how are you going to tackle the subscription problem that you have in Indonesia, right? You have to invoice every month. And also, I was wondering that maybe $40 per month, it could be like high for Indonesian average salary? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
For a start, we are trying to look at the lowest hanging fruit, which is focusing on like postnatal program. The postnatal program consists on probably we are thinking of doing a 3-month subscription base. So we try to look into that aspect first and slowly target it through the care sister. They will always continuously upselling and helping you throughout their journey, something like that. So during that 3 months, they'll be subscribing to every month, $40 a month, something like that. Yeah. And the other question is, sorry, what is the other question?
It was about the price. Like for me, it was like a little high for
$40.
Yeah.
So we tried to do a lot of research, right, regarding like the postnatal, postpartum, like the price, how much people are paying. So for postpartum, it's like one of the most expensive, or after birth. Sleep consultant, when we try to look into the traditional route, how much they are paying, that costs about like $1,000 all the way to $5,000. So what we are trying to do, we are actually this $40, it's not a lot compared to all the other services that they are having through traditional route, like using the physical service. An example, like a lactation consultant, it will cost them about like $300,000, which is $30 to $50. So with that, we are already cutting a lot of costs. They can get two doctor teleconsultation with a lot of services, with care sisters as well, with all the program that we have. It is actually a much more affordable and value for money for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, and.
Thank you, Heva. That was a beautiful speech, and all the way from Indonesia. Now, in times of loss, we don't realize how important external help is. They are your best ally in the most difficult time of your life. Let's welcome Everwill.
So, who is the most important person in your life? Is it your son? Is it your mother? Well, for me, it was my grandparents. And when they suddenly passed away last year, I was alone at home, and I had to organize their whole funeral. If you have ever been through this experience, you can tell that it's the biggest emotional challenge that you will face in your life. There are so many decisions to make. Just think about the flowers, the coffin, the car service, and you only have 48 hours to do it. The saddest 48 hours of your life. And actually, funeral homes are not helping you. They're making the whole experience even worse. They're not transparent about the price, and they're not transparent about the service either. That's why our ambition is to bring transparency to this industry by creating a digital ally that can help you in the saddest moment of your life. We are extremely happy to share with you Everwill. Everwill is a unique online platform providing standard funeral packages that can be purchased online with no hidden fees. We have 3 main characteristics. The first one, our packages. We only have 3 different packages with clear price and clear services that you can purchase online with just a few clicks. Second, we also know that that moment can be financially stressful. That's why we're implementing a unique solution in the industry, a buy now and pay later method so that you don't have to stress about the bills in that moment. Finally, we want to keep the relationship with our customer after the funeral. That's why we are implementing our digital memory service, a safe place where you can celebrate your beloved one after the funeral. Our value proposition is unique and it's different. We are time-saving. By going through this process, you can spend up to 6 hours by going to a physical funeral home. With us, it's just going to take 6 minutes. This is time that you can spend with your family and friends. Second, we're 100% digital, meaning that you can purchase our solution if you're at the park, if you're at home, if you're alone. Because the important thing for us is that you can do it whenever you feel ready. Finally, transparency is our passion. That's why no hidden fees, no upselling, because in that moment, you need no more surprises. A digital-first value proposition is quite unique in the Spanish market, but outside Spain, there are some companies already disrupting this industry. Now, let's take a look and see how big this opportunity really is.
Did you know that every minute 100 people are dying somewhere? So by the end of this presentation, 500 people will have died. And something very interesting is happening in the Spanish market. We actually learned that 67% of people from Spain are interested to book a funeral online or over the phone. This means that they no longer want to go physically to a funeral home, speak to a funeral director, or choose a coffin from a brochure. And we've seen an exponential growth of this behavior in the last few years. So we are confident that there is an opportunity to disrupt this industry. The market size is valued at 1.6 billion euros, and of course, we are only targeting uninsured funerals. And yearly in Spain, 100,000 uninsured funerals can be arranged remotely. Our business model is simple. We take a 15% commission for each package sold on our website. The pilot year, we are targeting more than 100 funerals, and in the first year, we are generating a revenue of 300,000 euros. Our roadmap is focused on reaching a tech-savvy audience. The first phase will be our quick win solution. We will operate under a concierge mode, targeting uninsured individuals in Galicia. We also chose Galicia because 2 of our existing partners are located there. In the second phase, we will be a fully operational platform, and we will be expanding to Madrid. And in the third phase, we will be using a bidding technology. And in the fourth phase, we will be expanding to Portugal, where there is a low funeral insurance rate. Our funding ask is 250K to reach more than 500 customers in 2 years. Now, let's take a look at our traction. We're proud to share with you that we have already secured partnerships. 3 funeral companies with 3 more in the pipeline, and that we've also been endorsed by the Funeral Association in Spain. And we have also closed our first B2B partnership with Ayudo, an elderly care company with presence in major cities in Spain, and this is our entry point to test the service. We're also proud to share with you that we have caught the attention of Innova Funeraria, an online magazine focused on funeral innovations. My name is Jelly, and I'm here with my amazing team, Saul, Andrea, and Camilo. We are experienced entrepreneurs with complementary skills in digital platforms, marketing, strategy, and partnerships. And we are also supported by this incredible board of advisors. And if you think about the most important moments of your life, they have already been disrupted by technology. Your first home, your first date, your wedding. Here at Everwill, we believe that we can be your ally in saving time and money at the most difficult moment of your life, so that in the end, you can make time for what truly matters most. We hope that you never have to use our solution in the near future, but you can scan our QR code to view what we can offer. Thank you.
I'm going to stay close to Camille.
Well, first of all, congrats for the presentation. So this is a market that it hasn't innovated for a long time. So have you planned to, do any other additional services? Because I saw, like in the slide of competitors, that they are offering things like that. So are you planning to offer value-added service, or how to approach clients in an innovative way?
Yeah, actually, from a technological point of view, we have 2 main, let me say, value-added services. The first one is the buy now and pay later solution that is not in this industry yet. So we are willing to also let me say, to have the market for insured funerals. And the second one is our digital memory service, because for us it was crucial to have a loyal customer, let me say, in an industry that is very difficult to have loyalty, of course. So for us, it was a way to celebrate your beloved one also after the funeral, collecting memories, messages, and so on.
I have one question. So I think it's really a great idea that is going on in other geographies. My question here is, you have one moment of truth, right? Wherever your beloved is at the hospital, at home, car accident. So how are you going to reach your customers at that point, right? What is the way to contacting them? How are they going to find you and not others?
Yeah, for us
Traditional,
actually,
of course.
Yeah, thank you. No, actually two different ways. We are working a lot on the partnership side because for us it's crucial to create like a business-to-business relationship, especially with elderly homes and elderly care services. And so for us, this is a stream that is very important because we can find customers there. And of course, we have to build our reputation. So we are running lots of digital activities, but we know that we can build that reputation in the medium term.
One more question.
Thank you for the presentation. A very quick one. How do you compare with the traditional incumbents that are in the market that normally are including other services, added value services like health plans or whatever, together with the death insurance? Thank you.
Okay. Well, actually, in Spain, only the 43% of the population has an insurance, so the market is still big. And when you have to face that moment, the average price for a funeral, a basic funeral, is 5,000 euros. So if you don't have an insurance, and it happens in half of the cases, of course you have to find a way also to pay for the funeral. You know, during the validation phase, we did a few interviews with people, and when you ask the average price for a funeral, they usually can tell you, I don't know, 500 euros, 1,000 euros. The price is completely different, and when you have to face that moment and you are not ready, you have to find a different way also to pay for the funeral.
And also to add on that, it is important to say that our transparency is our obsession, and the main difference is that the incumbents right now, you ask for a quotation, and the first quotation that you get is probably 2,000, 3,000, but then you end up paying probably like 7,000 or 8,000 euros. We are completely transparent. The idea is that we are not going to do any upselling efforts, so that's a big difference when it comes to incumbents of the industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Everwill. As you all know, many IE students come from other countries, and they struggle to find apartments that fit their needs and budget. Our next finalist has a solution, a platform that connects students to exchange apartments and rooms, and they are called Reciprocities.
1, 2, 3,
So, what's a huge market no one can get around?
Students.
Why?
Because students are very picky, but also very broke.
But what do students want?
Students want to travel, go on exchanges, go on vacation, but they don't have the means to.
That sucks.
Yes, I'm a student myself, and every year, like many other students, I struggle with the same problem. I'm here in Spain for 10 months, but I have to settle for a year contract, which means that my parents have to pay for 2 extra months, although I'm not even in Spain.
Can you imagine what exchange students are going through finding 4 or 6 months long exchange apartments? What's our solution?
Our solution is Reciprocities. We allow students to swap houses for a very cheap price with no legal issues, and they also can make friends in the process.
Sounds amazing, right?
Our value proposition is a platform that allows students to connect to exchange apartments or rooms all around the world, simultaneously or not. So to create an account, you have to verify your identity by providing your student ID.
Since there's no money exchange between students, this transaction is completely legal.
You can search for an exchange by looking by dates or by location. You can also browse through different apartments. And when you request for an exchange, if the other student accepts and you match, then you can pay our fee to access their personal information and chat with them. For every successful exchange, you get some house coins.
Our market is huge. There's 253 million higher education students, but right now we're focusing on the exchange students and interns. The trends are supporting our costs as well, since the expenditure for housing for exchange students has risen by $100 billion in just 20 years. And this same number will reach $2 trillion for bachelor students.
So what do students do now?
There are other exchange platforms, but their target is incredibly limited. University residences are also limited in quantity, and they're unaffordable. Let's be honest, everyone here. Housing agencies and rental websites hate us students, and they hate short-term housing even more. And then Facebook groups, come on, that's just a playground for you to get scammed like this.
So what's this bank face?
This is where Reciprocities utilizes the blue ocean. We become incredibly student-oriented as well as incredibly affordable. We were founded in March of this year, and we've conducted many surveys with students as well as one-on-one interviews with people exchanging their apartments for the past 10 years. We obtained over 20 beta users, and on the weekend of November 4th, we had a successful exchange between a student in Netherlands and in UK. We plan on publishing a fully working website and starting our marketing campaign right before doing so, partnering up with 30 global universities, as well as having 1,000 exchanges by the end of August. In September, we'll start generating revenue. Students will pay Reciprocities money to obtain house coins, the currency of our website, and these house coins will be used so you can exchange. You can also obtain house coins by signing up, inviting a friend to the platform, being a good host, and etc. Our other revenue streams include localized advertisement on the website, as well as going B2B and offer universities bulk packages so their students can use our service for free or at a discounted price. We plan on achieving 80,000 euros our first operating year, and with just 11,000 exchanges, we'll be able to reach 2 million euros of revenue. We plan on targeting students with our application because there is a need and students are willing to pay for it. We focus on Europe first, and we'll utilize the international mobility in IE, where we have access to over 500 students coming in and out semi-annually. We'll partner up with global universities and create free-of-charge events, Erasmus and UGrad, and we'll use social media, starting right now.
And we will make this happen. I'm Lucy. I came up with this idea. Rusa, my COO, already worked on a startup her first year of university, and Tristan as well has already founded and directed his own startup. We are a very promising team. I know we're young, but for any experiments we may lack, our advisory board is here to help us. Alexandra has worked as the head of public relations at Home Exchange for over 12 years before founding a platform very similar to ours called People Like Us. Adolfo and Ignacio, our mentors, co-founded Betchester, who previously won the Venture Lab. Luis is a professor of operations and data, and lastly, Alberto is the director at Legal Iberia.
We're looking forward to raising 50,000 euros, which will be distributed among wages, marketing, and website and app development. We have over 20% of this money committed, so 40,000 euros is all it takes. Now, you are in charge. Are you ready to make it happen? Any questions?
Hey, ladies, congrats on the project. Just a quick question. So many students, at least in Spain, live with their parents until they are almost 40 years old. So I believe that the parents has something to say about this, right? It's not just a platform where I say, okay, I might exchange my apartment with someone else, but my parents has to say something, right? Thank you.
So actually, one of the people we have interviewed is a mother who had a daughter go on her Erasmus exchange. And she was saying how much her daughter was struggling to find short-term exchange, because this is not just about money. This is about the availability, which is almost close to zero. And even this lady was saying that she would be willing to foster another Erasmus kid in her house so that her daughter can go on an exchange. We're more focusing on international students like myself. I'm personally from Republic of Georgia, but I live in Spain. Lucy is also in a similar situation as I am, but it can also go up to a different market of students that live with their parents.
What about insurance if something is happening to the flat while the other person is there?
So legally speaking, since there is no money exchange between students, this transaction is completely legal. Now, as I've mentioned before, I have personally interviewed people who have been exchanging their apartments for the last 10 years. And quote to quote Alexandra as well, their house gets trashed once a decade. So it will not be a huge issue. Also, since you can only make one account per for reciprocities, you can get banned really easily, and we keep on. Sorry, we have a way where you can rate each other, a rating system. Yes, thank you. Where if other people see that you're a horrible host, you'll not get exchanged with. So that's sort of our way of securing it.
Thank you very much for the pitch. I have a question which is on the pricing. How much would you be, so I understand you have a B2C model and a B2B model.
Mm-hmm.
What's your margin? How much are you charging?
So that depends on the length of the exchange. So if you're going to stay 6 months, the price is around $300, which can be divided and paid mensually, and you would have an extra fee for that. If you go, because later on when we have a big enough database, we'll be able to do also smaller exchanges, so for a weekend, for a week, and those fees will be a lot smaller.
Like 10 euros, 15, 25, very accessible for students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome to the stage Stonks, an investing app with a social twist that allows Indians to learn and invest with the Indian stock market with their closest friends and family.
This year, India overtook the UK in having the 5th largest economy. And by the end of this decade, they're posed to have the 3rd largest. But one of the things that makes India different from the other big countries with large economies is that very few people currently invest. Let's put this into perspective. In the US, 1 in 2 people invest in the stock market. In China, 1 in 8. But in India, only 1 in 32 people are currently investing, which is interesting because 60% of the population is under the age of 39, and on average, they save 30% of their income, which is a really high number. So why is it that they haven't been interested in even investing some of that into the stock market? Today's platforms simply haven't adapted for this newer generation. Right now, they have 2 options. One is to invest with the traditional banks, which is costly, you can't learn and do it yourself, and frankly, unappealing. And the second is the newer trading platforms, which although have solved for the costly problem with a discounted brokerage model, it's still, you cannot learn, and if you don't have experience, it's very tough to invest in a safe way. So for more Indians to invest, they need a platform that is simple and easy to use and social to learn and invest with each other. And this is exactly what inspired us to build Stonks, an investing app that lets you invest with your closest friends and family. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new era of investing made social. Stonks, at its core, is an investing app that lets you discover companies that align with your interests, such as companies that are tackling climate change, follow your friends and see their investing activities, chat and share ideas and investing tips, easily copy their trades with a click of a button, and follow their portfolios. Imagine if your investing made easy apps like Robinhood and your social chatting platforms where currently all these investing conversations are happening had a baby, and that baby's name is Stonks. So who uses Stonks? We ran a survey with over 200 people, and we narrowed it down to 2 user personas. One is Komal, Indian millennial who is hearing about investing, wants to get started, but simply doesn't have the time to research and doesn't feel it's safe enough for her to start doing it herself. The other is Vinith. He's been investing for a long time and is very good at it, but whose pain point is helping his friends and family with investing in a very manual and time-consuming way through the chatting platforms. So we ran a trial over 2 weeks with the Vinith and Kamal of the world, 15 participants broken out into 3 different groups. Each group had 1 leader, 1 Vinith, that would share his trades every day and allow the rest to just copy. And we saw a really high level of engagement. 180 trades were executed, 62% of which were copied, and in total, $64,000 US were traded over the course of 2 weeks. And here's what they had to say. 71% said that their investing style changed with stonks, telling us that there is a behavioral change. And 86% said they like learning other people's investing styles, validating the need to invest in a social way. But now let's talk about the market.
The Indian online investing tech market is growing 22% yearly. Our first target are going to be millennials in 8 major Indian cities, which account for a market size of more than $200 million. Our go-to-market strategy is going to be based on an invite-only referral system to create exclusivity and network effects. After running our trial, we got on board investing experts which have access to communities with more than 10,000 investors. We are going to target those first in order to start spinning the wheel. We are going to make money in 2 different ways, by the traditional brokerage commission and with a new-to-market subscription model, offering additional social features as well as free trading. The users are going to be able to choose between these 2 models. If we take a look at the Indian competitive landscape, back in the 90s, the platforms were difficult to use. It was around 2010 when we started seeing a proliferation of easy-to-use, inexpensive apps. Right in this moment, we are seeing a shift to the right, adding a social aspect to it. Here, the Indian 3 Dots and Clubfolio started the movement, and we position stonks right next to them. We also see this is an international trend. But these international companies are still young and are putting their efforts on growing on their respective markets, whereas if we take a look at the Indian competitors, we are going to differentiate with new features as, for example, copy trades. Investors saw the opportunity. Shares founded in 2021 already raised $90 million, and India is following up with increasing investments in this area. We are going to launch our product on the 3rd quarter of 2023 to later focus on growth and product improvement in 2024. We expect a customer lifetime value 5 times the cost of acquisition and breaking even in 2025. For this, we are looking to raise $200K, which we are going to invest on developing the tech in-house, getting the licenses, and marketing expenses. Going back to the problem, to make more Indians to invest, we don't need cutting-edge technology. We need an entrepreneurial team that understands user behaviors. We have founded 4 startups and have 30 years of expertise in multiple business verticals. We also know the regulatory challenges involved in this project. That's why we are surrounded by the best experts to make this happen. Join Stonks to make investing social.
Thanks for your presentation, and I really like the name of the company. I just want to know what would be your first or your main source of customer acquisition, because I guess that you need to really, in order to scale, you need to have a large use base case, right? So what would be the first or the main?
Thank you for the question. Like we mentioned, we ran a trial and we have access to about 10,000 investors across 20 investing groups. We'd be leveraging that to reach out to our early adopters who would also be our beta testers, and through them, we'll allow them to invite their friends and family, giving them an exclusive access, and that'll be our first go-to-market strategy.
Hi. What kind of MVP are you planning to do, and how would you do it without the regulatory license yet?
So our initial product is going to be based around just creating the app with the front end, nothing linked up the back end. We'll be sourcing our licenses and stuff till then, and we'll be doing our beta test. So that'll be our MVP to check with our pilot users how they're liking the product and if they see a fit, and evolve from there. And once we have the regulatory licenses in place, we'll connect that to the back end, and that'll be the first MVP product.
I have more of a comment. I think that when you're talking about investing in India for Indian people live in India, and then we see on stage not people from India, I was asking myself, actually, why is that? I mean, you probably know that India you need to be local and to understand the kind of like local ecosystem to actually attract the people. So maybe for next time, if you're pitching something like it, if there is a story behind it, mention it, and if not, maybe also to change so we can understand why you're doing that. I think it will also give you more credibility.
Thank you for the comment, Noor. I'm actually from India.
Yeah, I know. That's why. No, I know. That's why I was asking, why are you not pitching? I know you're from India.
No, and the idea was out of my personal experience being in India. I've been investing for the past 10 years. I had my initial struggles about investing because I'm not pretty good with numbers, I would say, and looked up to my friends and family who was doing this. And when I started researching a little more about how we could do this socially, it just seemed like a viable option, and that's why the team.
And outside, the startup sector in India is exploding with 10,000 new startups posed to in the next 5 to 6 years, and they can't just have local talent. So there is a call to action for startups to recruit as much as you can. And we've seen, and Dhiren sharing plenty of startups, even of his friends, that have foreigners coming in just because India's economy is exploding.
Thank you, Stonks. What a great idea. Now, have you ever wanted to keep track of your healthcare in your daily life, and you're just too busy or too lazy to do it? It happens to me all the time. Well, better listen carefully, because Better Than Good has a solution.
1, 2, 3.
71% of all deaths worldwide today are due to non-communicable diseases such as heart diseases and cancers. And the worst part of this already large number is that 80% of those deaths are actually preventable if met with the appropriate screenings and preventive care before it's too late. Which means the majority of us in this room, like Laura, myself, and our co-founder Guy, likely know someone already who's passed away too early in life due to a preventable disease. So why are we as individuals not actually more engaged in our own preventive health screenings if there's seemingly so many health and wellness apps out there today? What we've found is there's nothing quite as comprehensive yet as Better Than Good, your own personal assistant for all preventive healthcare management. It starts with an AI-powered algorithm that syncs in with any wearables like Apple Watches or Garmin watches you're already using or fitness apps, and then combines that data with users' manual input to create a hyper-personalized checklist for all the preventive screenings that you should be doing based on your age, gender, and personalized health profile. It then prioritizes that checklist and sends you push notifications and reminders for those that are most urgent to complete throughout the year to complete your health plan. Once you've gone to the doctor and completed your screenings, you can then redeem tangible rewards in our gamified system in order to go to healthy restaurants, fitness studios, or any of our wellness partners that keep you actively engaged in your wellness and preventive care. The good news is there is global expenditure out there at over $200 billion now on preventive health screenings, and that's expected to grow at over 12% over the next coming years. If we were to capture just 0.5% of our target users, we're looking at an overall opportunity of over $200 million. We'll capture that in a simple way, first beginning with a B2C freemium model at €4 per month for our premium users until we reach a minimum of 20,000 total users. And then that's a benchmark in the industry to be able to approach health insurance companies at a B2B licensing model at €2 per month per user. A future revenue stream would be a small marketing subscription fee for our rewards partners when we have enough users in their region to be an attractive customer acquisition channel.
To get 20,000 users, we're going to start in the DACH region, because there we already have the network, and the expenditure on preventive healthcare is above the EU average. Our research has shown that women between the age of 25 and 40 are more interested and more motivated to live a healthier lifestyle, focusing on preventive healthcare. To get to our early adopters, we're going to use the channels they are already using, online through influencers and podcasts, and offline we're going to be present at pop-up events and brand partnerships. As soon as we hit the 20,000, we're going to move to our B2B model using a very direct selling approach for targeting insurance companies and also being present at insurance conferences. We already got great feedback, not only on the need of our product, but also on our features. 25% of people we overall talked to already signed up to become first-time users upon launch. And the best part is we got already many reward partners on board with whom we can directly start as soon as we launch. And to prepare the path for the B2B phase, we already talked to 2 of the biggest insurance companies in Austria, both showing deep interest in becoming pilot users of Better Than Good. As Sarah already mentioned, there are a lot of health solutions out there. However, the majority is focusing on the reactive healthcare sector, such as doctor booking systems, symptoms trackers. We are the only ones focusing on preventive healthcare screenings by collecting data through channels we are already using, such as wearables and smartphones, and in addition to that, we combine it with a tangible reward system. If we take a look at our financials, we can see we have an LTV which is slightly above 4x of our CAC, and just including the B2C users, therefore the premium users. If we take an overall look at our financial projections, we're going to have an annual revenue above 12 million by 2027. To make this our reality, we have the perfect mix of passion and experience. We have Sarah in the team. She has marketing management experience, specialized in launching products into new markets. Guy is our tech brain behind the Better Than Good. He has medical engineering background as well as programming background. Myself, I bring the entrepreneurship experience, and I've worked with insurance companies in Austria before and therefore have access to the network. And we are accompanied by an excellent board of advisors in the health tech industry. So to make this all reality, we're going to ask in the first round for 300K, focusing on the B2C phase, mainly going to be used for product development as well as marketing. As soon as we have the 20,000 users and we move to the second phase, we're going to ask for another round of 200K, also focusing on marketing and product development. So let's save lives and live a life that's better than good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Congratulations on the presentation. I think it's a great idea. I would like to understand what's the difference between the freemium model and the premium model, and how many users do you think will be converting into premium?
So the difference between them, the premium model will be the one who is synchronized to your all wearables, and the thing that you start automatically collect the data from your users, which makes the whole process easier. And the other side of that is that this way we will just be able to create 3% of conversion rate, which is the benchmark for this industry, to make the users go from free to premium model.
And just to add on, the free model would be a manual input, daily check-in, tracking sleep, nutrition, and water intake, things like that, that the users answer questions daily.
And in the future, what will be the split between the B2B model and the B2C? Which one is going to be the core one?
For revenues-wise, it's going to be 75% from the B2B model and 25% from B2C.
Clear. Thank you.
Hi. Why do you divide the funding in 2 tranches? Just to understand it's very uncommon, and I'd love to understand why.
So because we want to see and prove that we have the necessary traction to move to the B2B model, we want first to be focused on the product and the go-to-market strategy only for the B2C, come to the insurance companies with the number of traction of how many users we have in the premium model, and then take the other tranche to start and adapt it for them.
But it's the same round, right? So why don't you go for 2 rounds instead, or just ask the money straight away?
Because it's still a small round, and we want the same fund to be behind us and with us in the process. And so we just want to put the milestone of proving them that we have the 20,000 users in the app, and then ask for the second part of it.
Okay. It might complicate a little bit the whole. You're going to involve yourselves in probably a little bit more of effort there. I would probably either do 2 rounds or do a single round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is a very thoughtful project, Better Than Good. I don't know about you, but I personally love fashion, so I have a weakness for our next finalist. It is a high fashion brand that combines old masters and transforms them into modern streetwear to create timeless, sustainable clothing. Olza is not just clothing, but also art.
Welcome to Olza, a brand that combines art history and modern clothing. I'm Ignacio, and I'm a fashion designer. Olza is a high fashion brand with its roots in streetwear, luxury, and art. The aim is to completely immerse art into clothing by taking my interpretations of old masters and translating them into modern clothing. Other high fashion brands have had collections inspired by old masters. However, we do not share the same approach. A similar approach is the brand Balenciaga's origins. In the 1920s, Cristóbal de Balenciaga was inspired by the most intricate clothing he found in Renaissance paintings, and he transposed this to modern attire. I have been making hand-painted clothes inspired by old masters since 2019, and when my sales started increasing, I came to Juan for his professional help, given his background business.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Juan Forsman, and I'm a business consultant. And ever since we partnered up, we accomplished many milestones, such as expanding our sales internationally by 2020. In 2021, we decided to scale up the production, and we saw a surge in sales of 170% as we tripled our earnings. Also, 60% of our stock was being pre-ordered. Given the success, in 2022, we decided to limit our sales and shut down the website. During this time, Ignacio partnered up with other fashion professionals to plan our 4 upcoming collections for 2023 that will mark our entrance in the high fashion industry. Meanwhile, I focus on the brand's scalability and profitability. We want to move away from only hand-painted pieces to a more scalable solution. And that is why, during this time, we partnered up with different suppliers and other companies that will help us produce up to 400 items of the best quality per collection. To put this into perspective, in the past, we were only able to make 100 items in a year. But we want Olza to be exclusive, so we don't want to scale up the production any further for now. For this, we will need funding, and the funding will be focused mainly on applying our marketing strategy, and given the products that we sell, high quality and being sustainable, while we continue to define our product market fit. We think that in 3 years, we can establish ourselves in the market, and once we prove there's a set place in this market for Olza, we can see our sales grow exponentially. But we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from fast fashion. As you can see, there is a 110 billion size of market in the luxury apparel market, and that is what we're aiming for.
Moreover, since 2018, there's been a huge rise of collaborations between streetwear brands such as Palace and Supreme, along with high fashion brands such as Gucci and Louis Vuitton. This will be our target market. However, one thing we'll do completely differently to all of these brands is that the models we'll use will be homeless. This will give them an opportunity to people who truly need it. We've been doing this since the brand's conception, and we'll continue to do this. And if you'd like to see pictures of it, please head on to our Instagram account.
Talk about our Instagram account. Our main sales channels will be online through the social media and e-commerce. But we're also in contact with diverse multi-brand stores in London and Madrid, such as Dover Street Market and Minishop, one of the most selective multi-brand stores here in Madrid.
Our marketing strategy will focus on 2 main themes: showcasing and recognition. We're already in contact with various museum coordinators, such as the Reina Sofía and the Museo del Prado, to showcase our clothing alongside other up-and-coming artists. This will cement the idea that Olza is not just clothing, but art as well. We're also going to showcase our clothing alongside other up-and-coming fashion designers in high-fashion events. Olza has been recognized in a number of magazines, including Harper's Bazaar. In 2021, I was interviewed by them for an article named Young and Future Talents. Here they picked 10 young Spanish people who, through their businesses or their talents, were deemed the next generation of success. Here are a number of other magazines that we've been included in, including the highly prestigious across all platforms Architectural Digest. We've even been showcased on TV. This is a clip of fashion designer and celebrity Josie wearing our clothes on Tapeando, which has an average viewership of 600,000 people.
Son un poco como medusas vienesas.
Pero que es un
Pues
dibujo
mira,
de Aubrey Berkeley.
no, me
Adaptado,
encanta.
¿en
Mira,
serio
mira
lo
cómo
es?
son. Bueno, pues es un descubrimiento, porque es un niño de 21 años que es skater y le dije, pero ¿cómo haces estos pantalones tan bonitos, por favor? Los
Precioso.
necesito.
We're sure that with your financial support, we can have an impact in the high fashion industry.
Thank you very much for the pitch. I think what you're bringing is very unique, as it is your marketing strategy now of going to museums. I would love to better understand the unit economics of both the premium and the luxury. Like, what would the clothes be retailing for? What are your margins?
Yeah, I can take that question. Well, our margins are larger in our luxury collections, of course, since the price, the PVP is going to be bigger. But the premium products, which for the ones that are not really invested into fashion, it's a lower tier than the luxury line. So the luxury line will push our brand image, while our premium line will be more scalable. So we'll, even though we have less margins, we'll be able to put up more quantities, and that will bring our revenue source a big up. But that's the two objectives of the two lines of Olza.
And do you have you worked on the numbers, or?
Yes, yes. We have margins around 200 per luxury collection, and around lower hundreds, 100 and something in the premium collections.
Thank you.
Still high margins, yes.
Do we have any more questions?
Where's the scalability in your model?
The scalability?
Yeah.
Well, that will depend on how exclusive we want this brand to be. Of course, we don't want to mass produce it. We're not competing with Zara, because the people that buy this kind of fashion are people that just doesn't encounter this and just buys it. It's people that are really interested, wants this, and wants to buy it. So what we want to do is, in a year, in 4 collections, to have around 600 items in the next year to be sold.
Okay, so you grow in number of products.
Sorry?
You're growing in number of products, and that's where the scalability comes from.
Yeah, exactly. We're growing the number of products, of collections, and the way we're producing it. In the past, we've been doing he's been doing hand-painted clothing, and now we want to move. Now we have partners that can digitalize our designs, and we can mass produce it to scale it as much as we want. But we want to keep it, for now, at a very low scale, since first we want to build our brand image, and then once we have a set place in the market, then we can scale it more into the premium, and then our revenues will come. But first, the brand image is the most important thing in the first years of the company.
In terms of scalability, though, we also want to expand outside of just making clothes. In events, in the fashion world, in the high fashion world, and in the art world, eventually, so now I think it's been pretty clear that we're focusing on old masters. But in the future, we want to use our brand as a platform for up-and-coming artists, both musically and artistically, to use our image and expand and use it as their own platform to reach their goals.
Thank you.
Okay.
moving forward, I'd like to introduce Couponea, a platform that enables enterprises to offer coupons directly to potential customers with ease through their application. Welcome, Couponea.
All right, let's do this. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm excited to be here. My name is Arturo. First of all, I would like a show of hands. Who of you would like a discount next time you visit your favorite restaurant? Everyone, exactly. And just like you, I love food and I love discounts. The thing is, in countries such as here in Spain, it's easy to find one because you have apps like Groupon or websites where you can just go, and there is a massive amount of coupons depending on any restaurant that you want to see. However, in countries such as mine, in Panama, that is not necessarily always the case. It's not as easy as going around and finding one. So let me tell you a little bit more about my country before we continue. Panama is a country of 4.4 million people, and it's constantly growing when it comes to economics and technology. In fact, it's been growing so quickly and so large in the past few decades that it's actually created gaps in technology. For example, most people in Panama still rely on paper coupons whenever they want to use one of those, or they have to go to specific websites that have something for a specific set of people. The thing is, we have identified a need here. We believe that we can find a better balance and introduce a new kind of concept where we can have a coupon app straight out of their phones where they can just go in there and find it immediately. I was about to have lunch with a friend one day, and he was telling me, hey, we're broke. How come we cannot find just one place where we can just go and find coupons? Then we started brainstorming and we said, why don't we make it ourselves? Introducing Couponea, your one-stop for centralized on-demand coupons for your favorite restaurants and bars. So how does it work? First of all, it has two main components. One, your typical run-of-the-mill coupons, where you can just find on a list that are ordered based on the location or how far you are to your favorite restaurant. And on the other side, it's going to have flash coupons that are going to be specially made so that, let's say, there's a 2-for-1 discount for pizza between the hours of 3 and 5. It allows the restaurants to split their demand instead of having peaks at lunch and dinner so that they can play with their demand as they see fit, however works best for them. It is entirely free for any user to log in and to use the service. In fact, our main business proposition is to have B2B transactions with our restaurants that want to get in on the platform. And finally, all of our algorithms that we have programmed use geolocation features to make sure that we can capture as much data as possible when it comes to the usage of the application. That way, we can create AI models and machine learning models that can predict patterns that can help these restaurants make better business decisions. And we're going to be selling those back to them, duplicating our revenue streams. So how do we know this is going to work? Well, for starters, we made a focus group with 8 business leaders in the restaurant industry in Panama, and they all pretty much agreed in unison that this is a step in the right direction. In fact, I can quote one of the heads of 2 major franchises, international franchises that happen to be in Panama, as saying, and I quote, "Let me know the second that this hits beta because I went in." And as for the survey, we created a public survey which had over 300 respondents, of which the majority gave us their email optionally, just because they wanted to be the first in on the loop. As for the operative app, the technology is here. In fact, I can show you. I already have a prototype on my hand. This is about to hit the market the second that it is ready, and we have enough personalization on the application to launch it if we happen to have the funding. So where can we go from here? We have option to expand pretty much anywhere. Think of this as a starting point. We can go into nightlife, activities, retail. Anything that can provide a discount is somewhere that we can go into. Not to mention that we can also expand geographically. We made our research, and in Central America, for example, there is not a one place to just go and get discounts in the same way. So we can expand to El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, you name it. There's a lot of places to go into. So what will be the objectives in the first few years? Well, for starters, we're looking at a 15 to 20% of market share up until December of 2024, hopefully. We want to issue a minimum of 20,000 coupons, which would be in the first year, which would be roughly 55 a day, which we think is something that is definitely tenable. And by the end of 2025, we want to be able to expand up to 2 more provinces within Panama. So our team is comprised of a group of multicultural, multi-disciplined group of people. In fact, we have a data scientist, myself, we have a front-end developer, we have a marketing specialist who also has managerial experience, and we also have a specialist in sales who also doubles as a lawyer. So we have a little bit of everything. Our asking price right now is $150K, which will be split mostly on a very robust marketing campaign that would impact the entire country, or at least concentrate in the city until we expand. Human resource would be $50K just for the salary of 2 of our founders so we can work full-time on the idea and focus 100% on this. And the rest would be for other fees that we might not know in legal and in tech, which for the most part are already paid for. We already have most things. So thank you for your time. I hope I have convinced you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. This model exists for 15 years now. Groupon.
What's that?
This model exists for 15 years now. Why do you think Groupon didn't go to Panama and to the countries you've identified?
Well, if I had to answer that right now on my feed, honestly, I don't know the internal thinking behind Groupon. Maybe if I had to think just right off the bat, I would say it's because they might not be very aware of how that specific market works, and considering they're small nations, they might not be enthralled into actually going and pursuing some more investment there. However, considering the fact that this app, like you said, has something that has been tried and proven over and over again, we're confident that given the validation that we already have, we can bring it in here, and even though it's going to be a much smaller scale than Groupon because they're already a giant, we can make it so that we become the Groupon of at least Central America and or expand elsewhere and actually become a competition of Groupon one day, hopefully.
Thank you for the presentation. A very quick question. Do you think that restaurants like Los Años Locos, Duran, La Hosteria will engage into your model, or they are going to set it aside and you are going to focus in low middle market?
I love that question because I can tell that you know about my local market, which is amazing. Actually, that's the idea. It's to not be just for a specific niche of restaurants. In fact, we want to be able to have this work for any type, including Los Años Locos, which for all of you is kind of like a higher-end restaurant in Panama City. We believe that we can attract them depending on their business need. If we can go up to every single type and talk to them and ask them, okay, so what is your particular need and what can we do to make sure that you're satisfied with working with us, then I'm sure we can work with them. But when on that focus group that we worked on, we had 8 business leaders from all types of restaurants. And they all pretty much in unison said this is the right direction, because even if it's a fancier restaurant or a fast food restaurant, at least after the pandemic and everything that's happened, they can use the extra money. And they are, at this point, they're in applications that, while they're not on discount or coupons, they're there to help the restaurant industry. And they get, every kind of restaurant gets in on those apps because they know that if they don't, they're going to miss out. So I'm sure that every single type will be interested in joining as well. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coponia. What an awesome pitch. Now, if you have ever wanted to get engaged, today is your lucky day because they offer the best solution for your engagement ring. Let's welcome to the stage, Promisey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our venture called Promisey. To start, I would like to introduce you to a very special character. This is Daniel, and as you can see in this perfect picture moment, he just got engaged with his longtime girlfriend. However, to get here, Daniel had to make some stressful decisions. It was not only deciding on a lifelong partner or choosing a breathtaking place to propose. It was having the perfect engagement ring to do so. But let me tell you why was this troublesome to Daniel. Well, Daniel didn't know anything about rings. Daniel didn't know where to get information about the rings, and Daniel didn't know where to buy the engagement ring at a fair price. But Daniel is not alone. Actually, 4 of our team members faced the same 3 issues when we got engaged a couple of years ago. Cheers to my wife that is here watching this. we needed to understand if this was a problem to Daniel and to us. So we conducted over 50 in-depth interviews, and 86% of the respondents confirmed they faced the same 3 issues. And investors, there is some traditional competition that is trying to solve this problem. However, they're still lacking a high level of ring customization and fair pricing. That is why we created Promisy, an online platform that provides people in Latin America with the right tools to design and buy the perfect engagement ring at a fair price. And investors, good news, this is a proven model. However, no one is doing it in our region, Latin America. And let me tell you something. The engagement ring market is valued at $1.8 billion in Latin America, and we think that with our unique solution, we can target a $50 million revenue year-wide. By now, you may be wondering how we're going to do it. Well, let me tell you, we're going to leverage on our 5-step model. This model starts by co-designing the ideal ring with our client. And to do so, well, we invite our client to join our education center where they can learn anything there is to know about diamonds and rings, and where they can schedule a one-on-one meeting with our own jewelry experts. We're also providing our clients with visual aids like augmented reality and 3D model printing so that our clients rest assured that this is the diamond and the ring that they actually want. Well, after co-designing the ideal ring with our client, we're going to source our diamonds from our B2B partners, Get Diamond and Clara, that are also assuring that these diamonds are conflict-free. And once we have finished receiving the diamonds, we're going to assemble the ring with our own pool of small and medium jewels from Colombia. And after assembling the ring, we're going to ship it to Daniel and to the 1 million customers we're going to have in Latin America through our partnerships with FedEx and DHL. But investors, this is not only about selling a ring. It's making sure that it looks and fits perfectly, and that is why we're also offering after-sales services. By now, you may be wondering how we're going to earn money from this venture. First and foremost, we have the sale of the ring. But with that, we have 3 extra revenue streams: insurance, maintenance, and financing that are going to assure that we increase the customer lifetime value. And investors, there's always great ideas out there, but without execution and without validation, they're just that, ideas and dreams. However, Promisy, after launching their webpage in just 2 weeks, have 1,800 visits, 22 client subscriptions, and 6 in-depth interviews. But this is not enough. We have to keep on generating traction. And that is why we're going to focus our social campaigns in launching on brand ambassadors and our own referral campaign. We also have achieved very important steps on the execution by closing 2 deals with our own B2B diamond providers and jewelry ensemblers, and we're in the negotiation stage with our shipment and financing. We have a very ambitious goal of conquering the whole of Latin America, but we know we have to start step by step. And that is why we're going to start in Colombia in year 1, move to Peru and Ecuador in year 2, and by year 3, we'll be conquering Brazil, Chile, and Bolivia. For that, we're asking for $250,000 that are going to go into marketing, operations, and technology and web development. But investors, rest assured that your money will be in safe hands. This is a team of 5 complementary individuals. They're dreamers, hard workers that have experience launching digital campaigns in technology, marketing, sales, operations, and we even have our own financing guru. So investors, scan this code and join us in this promising venture.
Well, congrats for the presentation. It was really great, like to see all the pictures from you with the rings and all the stuff. Is any part of this process, like where to buy the ring, like in a specific jewelry? And I haven't gone through it, so I don't know it. But aren't women in LATAM expecting to have the rings for a specific places. You know, maybe if you tell them that that ring has been designed by AI, they are not happy. So like, you know, what's the point? Like, aren't they waiting for that kind of like magic around the ring? You know, like, are you doing like partnerships with specific jewelries that provide the ring, or is it like it's delivered to your house and there's not like a story behind the ring that they might be expecting?
Yeah, sure. So this is a whole experience. So the idea is, as we said, by co-designing it with the client. So what we're thinking is on even having a video that we're going to record for the whole process when we're designing the ring. We have our client there. We have him receiving the video, and that is going to be part of the experience that we're giving to him and to his or her partner as well. And this is also a lot of involvement regarding the actual person that is getting married, but it's also taking that relationship a step further, because as we said, we have after-sales services that are going to involve having, hopefully, that relationship with the person that is receiving the ring as well.
Yes, and complementing Sergio, we are going to build also a brand, and also we are creating a referral program for people to share their experience and motivate the others to buy to us. We are also creating a packaging and experience in the delivery. It's not only like it's not going to arrive like in e-commerce normally. This is going to have also an experience in all the process.
My question is regarding the price. The price is supposed to be cheaper than going to the store and...
Yep.
Yes, the price is supposed to be cheaper because we rely on a model on having no inventory, so that allows us to have offer cheaper prices.
And also, did you check the willingness of people to spend so much money on buying something online that they didn't see and actually pay you, I guess, thousands of euros to a store they still don't know for a diamond they never saw?
Yes, in our interview, 90% of people that reply say that they will purchase online. And also, nowadays, worldwide, 20% of engagement rings are made by online. So this is a trend that is happening, and people in Colombia is willing to do it.
And just to complement what Isabella is saying, that also includes that we have to be very flexible with how we have the relationship with our clients. So basically, at the beginning, we have to have some kind of return policies that are going to be very favorable, and so that they know that this is going to be okay if they don't like the ring or whatever. We're going to receive it, and then making sure that the ring is going to look whatever they want it to look. So a long relationship with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Promisey. I hope to get one of your rings one day. I must admit that the only thing I know about poker is that you're supposed to put on a poker face. But whether you know the same as me or more, Deep Dive Poker can help you improve your skills and take you to the next level. So let's give them a warm welcome.
1, 2, 3,
love. Do you sometimes feel that you slowly lose interest in something you loved at first? I am in love with poker. I earned 100,000 euros playing in my free time. And all this while enjoying every single minute I played. But I still got bored of poker at some point. Think about it. What is the turning point in any game or sport for you to lose passion? If you're interested in this question, you will surely like this pitch. Hello everyone, I'm Leo, the founder of Deep Dive Poker. I am a physics and mathematics enjoyer. I graduated engineering in France and Korea. At the meantime, I also used to play online poker. But I stopped 2 years ago. Here is the reason why. I didn't feel that I was improving anymore. I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand. You want to improve when you are passionate. Unfortunately, the resources available to learn poker are archaic and super complicated. But the real problem with these tools is that you get no explanation on any results. It is so hard to understand correctly that it is a waste of time for 99% of users. Why are these tools so crappy?
The main reason is that they all have been built by poker players, not ventures with resources. One thing to remember, these tools usually cost around $1,000, but still, hundreds of thousands of players have paid for it. You want to improve when you are passionate. There is a clear need from poker players. People are asking for new tools. And with my unique insights, this is a huge opportunity. I could talk about it for hours, but like this man said, talking is for journalists. My job is to score. I love this mindset. Let me show you what I have built and how I expect to score. Deep Dive Poker offers a clear and optimal learning process. I have done research like nobody has ever done before to understand all the concepts of poker and the best way to learn it. You also get the best teachers. I am working with the most famous poker players. They are the ones who will explain these concepts in several explanatory videos. And finally, because practicing is critical to improve, Deep Dive Poker provides an exclusive training tool. Based on my research work, I am building a unique poker simulator with hints, explanations, and feedback to train efficiently. Each one of these three aspects is a breakthrough against competition. But Deep Dive Poker combines all of them to make improving easier than ever, and with an amazing user experience. Welcome on Deep Dive Poker. This is the homepage. Here, you can access the courses for every topic, each one including explanatory videos, along with a cheat sheet and the simulator to practice. Deep Dive Poker's simulator. This thing will take our customers to the next level. Here, you have to take a decision, just like in a real situation, but it is focusing on what you want to work. You can also see some hints, and then, after deciding, you access the most important part, the real added value of Deep Dive Poker. You get explanations and feedback on your decision. Today, no tool in poker offers this functionality. This is a strong and new value proposition. But is there a market for it? Poker is a fast-growing market, mostly thanks to online poker. 50 million. This is the number of real money poker players in the world. And 2% of them are my core target, the ones who are asking for this tool. This means 1 million people willing to pay a monthly subscription for Deep Dive Poker. Is this real? From a survey addressed to these players, 97% of them are interested and willing to pay for Deep Dive Poker. I plan on launching the first version with a subscription model in France, where I have the strongest network and insights, before quickly scaling it to the world with an English version. Once launched, we will have very little costs. This means Deep Dive Poker can easily generate big revenues and profits with a good access to market. Do you know how to reach for poker players? The answer is key opinion leaders. I love this slide. These 4 guys are the most influential opinion leaders in French poker. And guess what? They all want to be part of Deep Dive Poker, notably in the making of the explanatory videos, but also providing an amazing access to market with their huge communities. Apart from them, I have other advisors, including the founders of the most successful poker tool and the founder of the best poker training center. I can also rely on a genius web developer and Sarah, my business advisor. These people are my main strength for this journey, and I'm always looking for new perspectives. Here is an invitation for everyone in this room and online. Feel free to scan this QR code if you want to discover what is awaiting for you. But before that, remember one thing. Life is all about passion, and you want to improve when you are passionate. Get ready to reach for the next level. Welcome on Deep Dive Poker.
Thank you very much for the pitch. You know, I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
I have seen the evolution of the pitch. I think now you're pitching to investors, so you've got your numbers. How long do you think a user would be using the platform now before they get bored And how many users do you need? Well, you haven't spoken about funding, if I... Are you-
Founding? No.
No funding.
Sorry, your first question was how long a user would use
How long will the users stay in the platform?
Yeah. Actually, today with the existing tools, it really depends, but usually they use it for like 1 to 6 months for the players, and then they can take another subscription. This is something I considered. I didn't say it in the presentation, but I made a price to entry, which is €100, who gives lifetime access to videos, because I feel like subscription to see the same videos every time is no use. So this is a €100 price to entry to access a lifetime to the videos and 1 month subscription to the training tool, Poker Simulator. And then the €30 per month is a renew of the training tools.
And my other question, sorry, how does it adapt to the learning of the user? Like, the better the user gets, how does it give it the user challenges?
Yeah, actually, the training tool is directly related to the videos. So whenever they see a video, they can go to the training tool, and it's what they have learned, which they practice. Then we have, as I said, feedback and explanations. So this is actually something still to develop, but I want, and this is the core of the project, to give the players some feedback and to tell them what are their most done mistakes that they might not realize, so that they can finally see what are their mistakes and progress.
Can you talk about the team? Is it just you for now? And also funding. I did not hear the answer about funding and how you will use the funding.
Luckily, I'm skilled at poker, so I have some funds already ready for this project. But I'm not close to more funding. I want to make the best tool possible, so I could burn any cash you give me to make like super good videos, to make the best design for the poker tool, so don't worry about it. For the team, right now, I'm alone in the core team. But as I showed you, I'm working with partners. They are like the famous players, and I want them to participate in the project. So they are going to do the videos with me, with the learnings I got from my research. I'm going to tell them, and we're going to make the videos together so that they can share their experience. And they are the ones who are the most, who will know how to really apply what I've done to real life. And also with my amazing advisors. So this is my wide team, but in the core team, I'm alone right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, this was our last finalist, and all I can say is wow. There was an incredible amount of talent and brilliant ideas shared on the stage today. And with that, I'd like to thank the jury and invite them to the stage. Neda from Brilliant Lab, Ricardo from Antler, Daniel from Biased Fund, Nicholas from Invertidos, Teresa from Atiud, Moore from APX, Carlos from Bloom Builder, Jorge Fields from Cupido Capital, Francisco from Encomenda Smart Capital, Christina from Amadeus Ventures, Rafael from GoHub, Gonzalo from Wyra, and Borja from K-Fund, and Ned, Angel Investor. Give them a warm round of applause. Woo! But nobody go anywhere, because while they're in the back room deliberating on the places and winners of this whole event, we will be playing the Spain-Japan game here in front of everybody, so get excited.
Where's Robbie gone then? Huh? Just go to the
All right.
Mine is working.
Hello, hello. All right. Listen up, we got 15 minutes. 15 minutes before everybody takes off again. No, before we put the game on again. Come up here, everybody. All right, this has not been easy, has it been, Annick?
It was not, but I was told it was very efficient. So as a Dutch person, I'm very proud of that. Are you ready?
Can we have a drum roll, please? In third place,
Heva. I don't know if we can get them or not. They are online. I think they are seeing us from Indonesia. So congratulations. We have a gorgeous prize for you here. And one way or another, we'll make sure that it comes to Indonesia. Congratulations, Heva.
and now we have the head of the entrepreneurship department, Jose Lejarraga, who is going to announce the second place winner.
All right, Jida S. 2, 3.
Woo! Great. Sorry, we're going to go back to the number 3 because they are still awake, which is impressive.
Let's see their smiles. Oh, here we go. Priscilla. Yes. Richard.
Thank you.
Let's get a picture. How's that for virtual, huh?
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
You can go to sleep now.
Thank you, guys. All right, we will.
Okay. And now, the winner of this year's Venture Day 2022 is
Everwill. Yeah!
Sustainability prize.
Okay. Every year now for the last, how many years? Maybe 3 or 4 years, we've also been having a sustainability prize. And the sustainability prize is offered by Isabel Alcázar, who is the global head of sustainability at IE University.
Hello, everyone. So this year's prize is about the sharing economy, which I don't know if many of you know, but it's a very sustainable business model, actually. It reduces basically the greenhouse gases emissions, and therefore the prize goes to, everyone knows already, reciprocity. So congratulations.
Don't go yet. We're not ready with the prizes. Congratulations.
All right. And now we have prizes for the winners by category, by program. For IMBA.
Oh, no, first we got to go undergrad first. Right.
Oh, undergrad first, all right. Undergrads, we have?
Reciprocities.
Come back up. Bring them all together.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Actually, yeah.
Come on up. Alumni.
No, MIM.
Okay. What kind of an order is it? Okay, MIM.
Deep dive poker.
Deep dive poker.
You wait here, we'll take it back.
For the School of Science and Technology, Cuponeo.
And then this one because they're online.
And for the International MBA, Everwill. Guys like that. Woo. All right. And in the alumni category, Heva, but I think they've just gone to sleep in Indonesia. So we'll just pretend they're here. And so picture with everybody, please. Anybody else come up front? Anybody else win tonight? No? All right, everybody up front here, please, for a picture. Oh, they're here. Here we are. Thought you went to sleep.
The big fight outside. All right, everybody, we've just got enough time before the game starts again.
We want to take this opportunity to thank everyone. And let's give a big hand, please, to Anik.
And Ariel.
And a big hand to Ariel.
And can I please have one last applause
And a
for
big
all-
hand to the MCs.
And I think it's about time to go have that well-deserved beer. Again, the games are here, so you don't have to run to a bar. We have amazing Spanish tapas, so go enjoy, and congrats to all the teams. And thank you, jury. And can all the fellows come to the stage, please? All the fellows come to the stage.
You will come. Part of the fellowship. I didn't turn this on any of the games yet. I'll do it once I get back out there.
Oh, shit. Can you grab the photographer that he takes a picture for all of us? It's the guy, the bald guy in the middle. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna take a picture with all of us.